how is that? I hope this is now working. Ah, I can now hear myself. There we go. That's working. OBS, that was where it was. Right. Apologies for the slight delay in getting the audio sorted. Thank you, Dex, for pointing that one out.
Cool.
That looks like that's all now coming through.
Cool. Right, I'll just pay. Bye.
Alright, thank you. Right, there we go. Let's shuffle that over there and grab that back up. There we go. We're all now up and working. So, with a minute to go before race start, I am just gonna... Let's run down through the order as there has already been a qualifying session ongoing. So this is... We're jumping straight into the race for 12 hours. Let's run through the grid from 40th to the front. We have one WRT Racing with Hamza Aku. 39th is Valkyra Performance for Sawalski. I'm going to go with that because I apologise for butchering names. It's going to be a fun one for that today. 38th is Philip Ferlinski for Revenge of the Phantoms Motorsport. Joe McLaren in ACCI Emirates car. In 36th, Simon Tomkin, WRT Reckham Team Racing. That's always an ominous name. Christian Sipos, HVML Esports Team. Good to see yourself out there. One of the regulars we've seen in the endurance events. Martin Backer, Ferrari GT3V2. Ben McConnell in the Ford Performance Mustang. J.O. Ray for SimSport PT final version. Pavel Morev, and I apologise, I cannot pronounce the Cyrillic there. Timothy Dindy in 30th. 29th is Cain Doyle, Turn 1 SimSports Team 1. Lucas Boehm, ASR Auto Speed Racing in 28th, as they are away on their formation lap. We have Florian Burgess for G-League Esports. Good to see that team out again on track for an endurance race. Andre Lundin in 26th. 25th is Sebastian Castelfigaro for BL New. Hang on, I've jumped a few cars there. There we go. 24th. Bruce Menzuras for X-Tier Crew Ford. Jack Deluge, Grape Magnet Racing. Marcus Berlinski for Big Brain Racing. Mo Miko, I'm going to go with that because I've got no chance pronouncing your surname, I apologise. Concept GT Endurance. Belgian Electric, Formula Electric Belgium in 20th, and that is Havrug. I am butchering these names this morning. Nikita Borgmaz for Eternal Bliss, Eternal Bliss in 19th. Stein Donkvork in the Toga Academy Ferrari in 18th. 17th is Timothy Jubul for Race Forge Esports Endurance. Lee Yu Jun in the Mustang N250426. Item for Iron Vixen. Paul Lockwood for Turtle Speed Racing in 14th. Alex Norris in Aldi's Nuts. Wonderful. Callum Jones in 748 Competition. Funnily enough, in the 748. Martin Varga in the Toga Esports car in 11th. 10th is Michael Formanto, Race Forge Esports Endurance. Roland Van Niemen for RVR Racing. Nicholas Valoppo in 8th. Virtual Team virtual racing team, Nathan Smith-Adams for Baller Squad Racing, Dave Hill for FRL Esports in 6th. I'm going to try and do this before they get round. Robert Borinskis for GMR Motorsports 2024 in 5th. 4th is Sampa Palastri for B Motorsport 2. Atom Belastrov for first corner winner. Amastri Probelinski in 2nd, and it is Tiago Dante in PLS Break T1 in 1st in the Mustang. And we are green! There we go. And we roll into the first corner. It is side by side for the front row, 3 wide behind, and it's McLaren up the middle, threads the gap beautifully, gets up into 3rd, followed by a gaggle of Mustangs there in behind. We are looking at 5th, and that is the number 110 car there, trying to make their way back up through. The field is looking pretty good and surprisingly clean all the way down the field. Places changing all over, and there are cars making their way through. Somebody has managed to get themselves a drive-through. Well done for that one. Not sure which drive that is. Oh, we have yellow flags. That is a coming together, trying to catch up to which car it is as it falls down the order very rapidly. Didn't see what that was. I will see if I can go back and have a quick look. Ooh, little bit of an outbraking moment there for the Ferrari. For the 2 Ferraris there. One outbrakes the other. No harm, major harm done, and everybody is able to continue on. Back up at the front, we are looking, it is the Mustang that has come out in the lead now after the first few corners as they are coming through the middle of the start of Sector 3 here, dropping, coming out of up the heel of the boot into the ankle, back of the ankle, and across the top section before the last 2 corners of the lap, and that is the Mustang out to a half-second lead already. We have places changing all over the grid. We have the Aston Martin getting a big wiggle on the way out of the boot there, and that lets the Porsche through, so that is Norris dropping down a place, and Jasperinski there gaining a place. 95 Mesros has also managed to gain a place as we go through, and that is the first of the laps completed. Varga goes very nicely by the looks of things up the inside of the RVR car to take 10th away from them. Nicely done. Nicely done. Oh, we have another yellow flag. What was that one? Oh, that is just a running wide for somebody at turn 1. Lots of runoff area in the first couple of corners. 3 wide as they squeeze past. That slowed McLaren as the recovering McLaren. Well done for not making contact there. Nicely done. That gains a couple of places. That has hurt that McLaren even further, dropping down the grid, out well and truly out of the top 10 now. Whew, it's busy. 40 cars on this track is quite busy as they make it through the bus stop. So, with all that done, and everybody has made it through the first lap nice and cleanly, I say that as that is a car that's registering a yellow flag. That might be a ping. It is Florian Bergès, that's the G-League car that has picked up the drive-through, as we have a slow-moving Ferrari on track for Martin Brecker. Backer there, getting a little bit muscled out of the way by the BMW. BMW goes a little bit deep on the brakes. Both of them go quite deep on the brakes, and Ferrari just... Ooh, there is some argy-bargy going on there. I'm sure the stewards will be having a whale of a time with this one. First 30 minutes, as is customary with the Artoga endurance events, it is the first 30 minutes is all live stewarded. So we'll jump back to that battle at the front. Is live stewarded, so there will be live stewarding the first 30 minutes. That means there was the potential for a red flag. Fortunately, we didn't need to do that. Then we were all clear for the rest of the next half an hour to have hopefully some very good racing. So yes, that is how things shape up. Martin Varga is on the charge, up through the grid. Oh, that was the pink Jones car behind, getting right up behind the Mustang of Varga there, having to very much check the mirrors, going through whilst they were trying to get on the offensive on Formato there in front in the other Mustang. Needless to say, the front of the grid is largely dominated by Mustangs, 2 Astons, top 11 cars. Mustangs, 2 Astons, a BMW and a McLaren is your top 11 cars. 4 manufacturers. Well done. There is then a gaggle of Ferraris and smattering of Porsches and a couple of Lexuses and a Nissan out there today. So yeah, this is a battle that is not going away anytime soon. Everybody looking to be reasonably sensible, and then nobody's going for anything too crazy at this moment in time. Just as we are getting settled into this, everybody's going to have full tanks, full tanks and everything as well. So these are going to be heavy cars. First few laps of a 12-hour race, so there is no need to go completely crazy. The pace, invariably, we're seeing 44s out there, low 44s in race trim at this point. That's pretty good going, as that looks like that is the G League car in for its drive-through. That's going to drop it down the grid pretty steadily. That might well drop them down into 39th by the looks of things, as 40th is the Sipos car that seemed to have been much delayed at some point. Plenty of time though to come back. Good, consistent, clean racing will be able to bring you back in this one, as we have another yellow flag. Ooh, let's go back and have a look and see how that one started. Oh, so the McLaren's already in the barrier and recovering, and then is not necessarily doing the smartest bit of recovery there, and makes contact with that pink and blue Porsche, resulting in both of those taking, I'm assuming, quite a bit of damage. So they may well be visiting the pits relatively shortly. As Varga is being passed back by Van Niemen there. It looks like Van Niemen has managed to get out. Ooh, Mustang showing its colours there as a big muscle car on the exit of the boot there, on the heel of the boot there, getting a big wiggle on down through that hairpin. Looks like they went a little bit deep, let Van Niemen through, and then trying to get on the gas a little early, and that has dropped them back down. We have the battle up at the front is going strong. They are just holding station at this point, I think, just letting that Mustang punch a big hole in the air and trying not to cook your tyres whilst being sat in it. Just save yourself some fuel, save yourself some time, and don't get too hot and bothered out there at this moment in time. Where else have we got battles? Well, Smith Adams it's from 5th down to 11th. Is a long train of cars, nobody more than half a second away from each other. In this one we have Artem in 5th, followed by Smith Adams, followed by Volpato, Formato, Jones, Van Niemen, Varga is that battle we are looking at the moment. So that's Ford from Aston, from Ford. I apologise, I have synced everything up for the liveries. I will redo this. The stream is being split in 2. We have Yellow Flags car 65 out on track, is stopped. What was that for? Didn't quite go far enough back there. That, I'm assuming, looking at where that is on track, that's going to have been either a bit of a mistake or some argy-bargy, and somebody came off worse on the grass, because that's in the middle of the straight at the top of the circuit there, heading towards the bus stop. That BM has been into the wall hard. Florian Burgess serving a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane there. When it rains, it pours for you sometimes when it starts. Oh well, you've got plenty of time to recover from that one, so again, keep keep your heads down, keep going, and you will. I'm sure you will make it back up through the grid if you can keep it clean and out of mischief. So this battle further up the grid will jump back with this is now from 4th down to 11th as Varga is going past Van Niemen into the bus stop, makes it work up the inside. That is a dicey move for that one. Very nicely done. Everybody comes off intact. There, looking back towards the front, we have this train of Mustangs and Aston Martins all having a battle with each other. Two Mustangs are very comfortably, closely followed by a pair of Aston Martins of Smith Adams and Volpato there. Ooh, I'm struggling to know where to look on track at the moment because we've got gaggles of cars everywhere. We've got Ray on the tail. Ooh, as that is the 22 round courtesy of the 4-1-2 by the looks of things. Very nicely done. Not holding, trying to keep out of the racing line, just holding the brakes. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, you're going to drop down the order, but that will save you any further damage as we're seeing the first of the penalties coming through now. 20 seconds for McConnell, 10 seconds for Ray. Backer has 5 seconds, 20 seconds for Dindy, 10 seconds for Hervey here in the Formula Electric Belgium car. I'm just going to see if I can see what that is all under the endurance penalties. There we go. Minor 4.5 5 seconds for minor contact, position not gained, lap 1. 33, 20 seconds, moving under braking, major contact, lap 1. Ooh, 65, 10 seconds for minor contact, tap on rear, lap 1. 69, 20 seconds for unsafe rejoin, slight contact. 777, 15 seconds, significant contact, position gained, lap 1. 22, 10 seconds, minor contact, position gained, lap 2. 6, 10 seconds, position, minor contact, position gained, lap 2. 55, 5 seconds, forcing another car off track, lap 2. 555, 20 seconds, unsafe rejoin, major contact, lap 4. There we go. As that is everybody, that's everything we can see. We are down to 39 cars already. As the that will be the 65, the delayed BMW from earlier. That is the 241 going round at the heading down into the toe of the boot there, going through the front of the ankle and getting it wrong on the way out of there, and now heading through the toe. Not an easy section of corners. That's been into the wall hard. You can tell by the front of that car. Whew. Right, we have Doyle in the Lexus. There are a couple of Lexuses out there. Doyle is trying to carve back up through the field there nicely, and is keeping everybody at bay with the Porsche alongside Ferrari as well in the back there. Behind the 33 and 113 cars, and that is the 420 trying to go up the inside through the last corner on the 113. Can't quite make it happen. That Porsche's go at acceleration out of the corners and having a slightly better line has helped massively. Hangs on round the outside of turn 1, keeps it on the curbs and makes that one work. Well done indeed. As we see the 69 just dropping down the field. Everything's starting to spread out. Just going to have a quick look at the Balinsky-Falinsky battle. This is Ferrari on Mustang. Mustang coming up to try and make a move on the Ferrari. Ferrari's a little slow through the mid-corner. Can the Mustangs grunt and go make this work on the exit? Looks like it might be able to. Up alongside, coming into the heel of the boot now, on the brakes, downhill looks like Ferrari's hung out to dry. Very nicely done by the Ford, and that is then through and up a position. Positions that is now Fulinski ahead of Berlinski. We have another McLaren on for, Mustang on Ferrari. Ferrari goes for a big dive on the brakes up the inside of the 445 there, makes it stick, and very nicely done indeed. So well done there. That's a nice and clean move. And now the Mustang, they've got to hold off though that Mustang in a straight line in the toe going up through the S's. Whew, this one's going to be a good one down the pit, down the backstretch. Across the top of the course here. Mustang on the outside, Ferrari on the inside. Ferrari squeezing just on a better line. Mustang has to check up, can't turn in where they wanted to for that one, and loses the place. They've got to be careful. There's another Ferrari hunting now behind that Mustang, so if that goes wrong again, they're going to lose another place to another Ferrari, the 912 car as well. At some point after the first 30 minutes, there will be a Barry joining me for this, some of this first few hours of racing that we have, and then, yeah, like I say, I'm on for about 4 hours now, and then we'll be back on about 7:30 British Summer Time tonight for the last 4 hours, just because it's basically myself and Barry that are about today for this. So we shall go see how that goes. The Varga-Van Niemen battle is still ongoing. Jones just up ahead, starting to make a bit of a break out of the half second, chasing down the Mustang of Formato in 8th there, who is on the back of this train of cars from Palatari, in the 151. Back to Formato in the 23. Is a bit of a train of cars at the moment, although that looks like that is side by side the two Mustangs into the bus stop at the top of the circuit. Looks like it's going to be Bellestruve is going to be all clear, but this goes round the outside. Smith Adams tries to go around the outside of the Mustang on the exit of the bus stop, but can't quite hang on to it. Can they do anything more, as there is the Formato goes past Volpato for 7th place in behind there as well. It's all changing this mid-pack in the middle of the top 10. Speaking of the mid-pack, how's it going? Doesn't look like Norris has had a great time. Has dropped down a number of places there. Plenty of time to regain them, as that is going to be a bit of a drive back for Linsky. Thank you ever so much for the subscription. Give me a second to shuffle my screen around. Yes, thank you ever so much. That was ASR Torben for subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you ever so much for the follows on Twitch. For Carl's Forlando, 85, Bizmaster, and Krill1 Official as well. Thank you very much for the follows over on Twitch. All helps make us feel warm and fuzzy. So yes, very nicely done. We're almost 20 minutes into this first stint. I believe it's a 65-minute stint for the first half of this race. For the stints on this race, as that is a Mustang going very much so, trying to go side by side with the McLaren. Has not got the drive that they would have hoped out of the corner. Evening Ethan Paulson, afternoon over on YouTube. Good to see you hanging around. Are you out on track tonight at all? Good luck WRT from Ayob Racing. That 5.7 is look a little uncomfortable. I think they've got a little bit out of the rhythm and they can't quite catch it back up. I will say, as much as the track map might look relatively simple, this circuit is anything but. There is crests, the curbs are nasty, the runoff, as you can see, particularly along here, is very limited in places. There's a few places, turn one, there's plenty of it. Certainly around the first half of the lap, there is plenty, a bit more runoff area, as it's the used by the NASCARs as well. They don't do the extension down into the boot. The GT3s do, which is a good, nice, fun thing for them to do. Adds a bit more length, means you can have slightly bigger grids and it not be quite such a snooze fest. And that boot, that is the 924, is yellow flagged. Ooh, that's an awkward place to be on track. Very nicely recovered. Well done for nobody else hitting. What happened to you? Ooh, lose it on your own. Get out wide, get onto the marbles, try and get on the gas, and that is a loop round for that BMW M4 GT3. That will be a reasonable recovery. Managed to keep it out of trouble, and everybody sees them on who has to try and navigate round them. This is Ferrari on Lexus going down the pit stretch. Now into turn one. Lexus looks to be a decently strong car on a straight line, but has it got the corner speed? The Ferrari's got a heck of a drive out of that. Can it do anything about this Lexus? Sits up into the toe as much as possible. That Lexus is very fast in a straight line. We'll see how they go across the top of the circuit heading into the bus stop. Looks like the Lexus has the legs on the Ferrari in a straight line, but it is significantly older. Does it have the brakes? Oh, Ferrari getting very close. That nearly ended in tears there. Getting very close up to the rear diffuser of that Lexus, but all things stayed the same as Lundin has been overtaken by Bakker in the Ferrari versus Mustang battle there. Ford versus Ferrari battle. Sound familiar? I step away from this battle just briefly, and everything changes. Let's see if we can see how that happened. All clean out of the bus stop. This is going down through in towards the boot, and that is the Ferrari gaining all the way down on the brakes. Beautifully done. Lexus just runs a bit wide, a bit deep, and that is cleanly through. Nicely done. So, very nicely done, catching up with the 69 there as a back marker, getting into the middle of this battle. But it doesn't seem to do anything too major. How are we doing further up? So we have Donkervalk is starting to get onto the back of Lockwalt in the Ferraris. That is a dual Ferrari battle. 912 Turtle Speed Racing versus the 777 Toga Academy car. Good. I believe there's a couple of cars out there under the Toga banner for today. Obviously, being a longer race, there's a few less drivers, a few less cars, but no less drivers on that one. Over there, Jones Volpato. So Jones has been trying to get back through the grid, get up through the grid here with that one has Van Niemen on their tail, but Volpato looks like they have dropped back in that Aston Martin and now has Jones breathing down the neck in that Mustang, who's looking very, very racy. Aston Martin covering off nicely. Mustang can't do anything up the inside. What this is doing is causing them to drop away from the battle ahead. Volpato now 1.2 seconds back from Formato in the Mustang number 23 in 7th. Oh, as we have Bellestreve and Smith-Adams swapping places as they go past a stricken 65. Was that the 95? No, the 95 is also having its own fun. That's... Ooh, that was not fun. That was not a good place to have an accident. Those curves are nasty through there. They look big and inviting. They will bite if you take too much of them. I think that was the 65 that we saw earlier that was stricken as well. Can't seem to see where that is on track. I think most people got away with that without too much damage in that instant we just saw. As this train is still going. Thank you, Aenob Racing, for subscribing over on YouTube. We do very much like that. Again, there is membership to the website. There are some great perks in there. I believe it starts around about £1 a month. And you get to do things like reserve race numbers, gain access, early access to events and such like. It's all on the website. Go check it out. It's all really lovely. There's great stuff. And again, it helps keep the lights on and keep events like this going for yourselves to enjoy. As this is Mustang on Mustang action. We have Pateron versus Balastreve, who is side by side into the bus stop, and that is Balastreve across the grass and spinning in front of that gaggle of cars. Many people taking evasive action. That looks like Volpato in the Volpato there in the Mustang, in the blue Aston Martin, getting a little bit caught out by the bumps, having a big wiggle, manages to keep it out of the barrier. Very nicely done. Drops themselves down into 10th place as Balastreve is now down in 12th, dropping out of the top, either to the tail end or the end of the top 10 there. So that is a couple of cars out of that battle for now. That still leaves us Smith, Adams, Formato, Jones, Van Niemen, Varga all still in this battle. Varga just hanging on to the tail end of Van Niemen there after all of the commotion, hanging on to about that second mark. Van Niemen also hanging on around the half-second mark on Jones. Jones is desperately trying to close in on Formato now in the other number 23 Mustang, as Smith Adams is all over the tail of Pelletari in the 151 Mustang. So that is Aston on Mustang. So this battle is Mustang from Aston, from Mustang, from Ferrari, as Varga is now dropping back off the tail of this grid to the tune of 1.3 seconds. The battle at the front is still half a second as they're weaving their way through the lapped traffic now. Those who have been delayed and those who are not quite up to the pace of the 44s that we are seeing. The fastest lap at the moment goes to Binovsky in the... Oh, that is a big stack. What's happened here? That is Jones is off track. I'll just try and catch up. There we go. There's Jones. Let's go back and see what happened here. That is Jones getting collected in this one. Looks like it might be starting earlier on up the grid, possibly with the Aston and the Mustang. Aston and Mustang are right at the top of your shot there. Goes in on the brakes. They are clear and through. No, they're not quite clear and through, and it is... Oh, the Mustang tries to hang it on the inside, and it is Jones that is the unlucky one getting collected in the middle of that with not really anywhere to go. Gets tagged and is into the barrier, and that is a very sorry looking Mustang down in 12th now. That's going to be limping around for a little while. It's about 37 minutes or so left, a little less than that left for this first stint. So live stewarding will end in about 2 minutes time. So that will be the end of that one. Obviously there will still be sorting bits and pieces out for a little while after that, just to make sure. Varga is capitalising on everything that has happened. That's put them back up onto the tail of Van Niemen. Smith Adams has dropped back in this as well, as now in 6th. That has shaken this order up well and truly as Jones is into the pits. That will be a unscheduled stop, but I'm assuming the front of that Mustang is not happy, as we see the 924 again in the wall. That is a car that's not having a fun time. That is an accident on the exit of the bus stop. It's so easily done. Those curves look like you can take loads of them. You really can't. They are big, they are wide, That car does not look easy to drive now. I think that may be a bit of a return to garage to get that one fixed. Well done if you can limp it back, but it does not look easy or happy to drive as Jones is dropping down the order now with that damage. That is into 26th position and falling through in the pits. Jumping back further through the field, 17th, we have a battle between Norris, just even more of a battle, side by side coming up out of the S's for a pair of McLarens. Tabul and Borgmaz side by side into the bus stop. It is Jabal who makes that one stick and is now on the tail of the Porsche Deluge to catch that up. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to put live timing up on screen, I don't think, without turning the stream off. I'm back on about 7:30. I will investigate. If I can make it work as an extra input, I will do so, but I can't guarantee. I hope that sounds okay. I don't know how to do it immediately without mucking everything up at this point in time. And I only have 2 stream keys for today because Hayden is on holiday, so I don't want to risk losing this one so early on in the race and then have to not be able to do stuff for you lot. What I will put up is our driver of the day. Hello, Daryl. Yes. It is myself here, because you lot in the steward's box have stolen Barry. I hope he is having a nice time eating the crayons. I will add this on, so that is driver of the day. This will be running, I will reset. So for this first stream, this will be the driver of the day for the first stream, and if you want to do either, whether you want to resubmit your votes for the second time round, there will effectively be 2 drivers of the day for both streams. So get your votes in. It is all up and live. It is !vote space and the number of the car that you would like to vote for. So get on that. We still have a good while left on this one to go, so we'll still be up for another 3.5 hours. Live stewarding has ended, so everything is now report based from there. Again, there is all the information can be had on our website. Go over to togamotorsport.co.uk, I believe it is. I should have it up. Yes, togamotorsport.co.uk, and that will give you everything there. As I am here, I can give you all the information regarding the memberships. It is from £1 a month. You join our private weekly races, early access to events, reserve your car number for all championships, 2 times multiplier and giveaways, and you get a bronze badge next to your name. So, for £2 a month, you can get all of Tier 1 plus 3 times multiplier in giveaways, free entry into our event for £5 or under, has to be Tier 3 member for 3 months. Tier 3, there's not a Tier 3 member option. I'm assuming that means you need to be a member for 3 months before you can do that, and you get a gold badge next to your name. So yes, it's really, really well priced, and it helps keep the lights on here at Toga, so go check that out. Again, it keeps servers running, keeps the stewards in crayons, and means we can put more events like this on, and go and everything. So yeah, go check that out. That is togamotorsport.co.uk. In fact, what I will do is, since I have it open, I will do the sensible thing. Oh, have I not updated driver of the day on my... Give me 2 seconds, I will just make sure driver of the day has been updated on my... OBS because that's not worked. I will just double check that. Where is the link for that? That will be in there. No. Good afternoon, Barry.
Hello. Oh, I can hear myself twice. What is that? Oh, it's fine now. I think it's just Discord. How are we doing?
I am okay. I am now... I've done all the drive of the day stuff and I forgot to update this. Where's the 12 hours of Watkins blend? There it is. Copy OBS overlay. Give me 2 seconds to update this. It's a link that I hadn't updated because I was being slightly silly. Right, feel free to try that now. That should work, Christian, on the driver of the day. For vote, you don't need the hash mark in there either. It is just a space and then the number that you would like to vote for.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's all good. Live steering is finished, so it's now gone to report-based steering.
Wonderful. How it looked like it was a bit chaotic. There was a few. There's been quite a few.
People that maybe need racecraft lessons. Yes. 100%. There was some questionable incidents. Let's put it that way.
Yes, there was. We did see an interesting rejoin.
Oh, there was the rejoin. I reviewed that incident and I immediately went, "That is one of the worst things I've ever seen."
It was rather spectacular. Just drive up the inside. No, please give space. There are cars there.
Yeah, it's fine. It wasn't too bad. We got it all sorted. So. Just remember, anyone who's listening that's taking part in the race, any incidents, report them via the Togo website. The link is in the Discord somewhere.
I have also put the link in chat for Togo Motorsport as well.
Yeah, so make sure you go there to report your incidents and provide video footage so that the stewards can easily review the incident. Because not all of them will have the live game open at that very moment, so just makes it easier for everyone. We're all busy today, me included.
I have updated Driver of the Day's tag, and it's still not working.
I've noticed sometimes it doesn't work on YouTube. Hang on, let me vote for a car.
If all else fails, try Twitch. It's been more reliable on Twitch than it has on YouTube, unfortunately. It should work on both platforms. YouTube has been playing up a little bit recently. I will just do one last...
Mine seems to work on Twitch. It says, "Sorry, you've already voted." What? I didn't already vote. I'm gonna blame him. Well. He needs to fix the driver of the day.
Okay, that may have broken. There may be an update, and the API now doesn't work. I'm gonna turn that off for this stream. We'll try it again for the next stream. See if anything has changed. For now, so apologies on that one. I was thinking that was my issue, but it looks like that may be a little bit broken at the moment. What I will do is... that's a useful piece of paper that I didn't realise I had. What I will do is... I should have a pen up here somewhere. Please bear with us a second. There may be some slightly odd noises down the mic. I'm gonna just...
I have a giant whiteboard here. Hang on. Let me remove my insane writing on it. So what have we got so far?
We have votes for 420. One vote for 420 on YouTube so far.
Cool. And then I see there's a vote went in for 113.
113. I have not seen that one, but yes.
I'm just tallying them on a whiteboard for now.
That is fine. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, there we go. 113. And it was your attempt to test the system. That was the other one.
I'm gonna put it down anyway. It's 450 because that's Toga team. So.
Of course. So yeah,
Slightly biased.
feel free to keep having a look in. Keep chucking your votes in for driver of the day. We will keep a manual tally here in the comms box, and we shall let you know at the end of this stream who it was for this first few hours, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sounds good. Yeah, just trying to up to date on what's even happening on track because there's dead cars somewhere.
Donkerwalk is not having fun. Neither is Volpato. That is a accident out of the top 10 for that car. That car was running very, very well. Volpato now down to 11th. Can I see what happened to you? This, I'm assuming, is
a stop moment.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a bus stop moment for that car. A lot of people getting gets caught out by the Herb, the second curb on the entry, and then has a big bounce and a big hit on the wall there, coming out trying to recover from that one. Yeah, the grass there is rough, as we've seen a few cars having issues getting across there.
Yeah, there's been a number of incidents noted from that as well. People trying to go too wide through there. It doesn't really work. You can try it, but as most people have found, someone ends up with a destroyed car.
Yeah, so just at the front, we have now actually got a 3-car battle for the lead with Van Niemen 19.4 seconds back and trying to catch on that one. We have Dorinta? Dinen? Tiango started on pole and has managed to hold it there, but our second place of Prolinsky has dropped back to Binovsky has managed to make the place up into second there. Apologies, I've just had a complete failure to be able to read some names there. Roberts, we're going to go with Roberts because your surname is spectacular. So yes, we shall keep an eye on this battle as it is actually for the lead. Everything has started to open out a little bit across the grid. There's a couple of little battles here and there. As Donkerwalk has finally got back going down in 36th.
A lot of cars have been in and out of the pits with major damage. So the field is quite spread out currently. But it should all accordion back in because eventually it's 12 hours. Everyone's going to get damage of some kind.
It will stretch out and it will come back slowly over the course of the race. That looks like, is that the Donkerwalk car? I can't see a number on the side of that one.
I think it is, yeah. No, it's not. It's WRT, Mr. Simon Tonkin.
There we go. That's that car that they are going past now. This lead trio, all holding station reasonably well. They've got, I'm assuming it's 65-minute stints for this one.
It is, yeah.
So
there's a 4-way battle for P26 currently. Timothy Didney, that's a great name, really fighting to hold back 3 cars. There's damage to that Ferrari, but he's doing the best he can. They're all sniffing, looking to get past, but he's just defending very, very well. Nearly went too wide through the bus stop with the Mustang, but
is the Ferrari getting very tight on the back of the Mustang there as well. This is giving Didney a chance to escape as London and Sawarski are getting rather close and cozy with each other.
Yeah, I will say, if you hear me being quiet for a moment, I'm still doing some stewarding tickets at the same time, so just if I'm quiet for a moment, that is why, because there's a few come in, so I'm going to
vote for 74.
The website might be broken. Hang on. Has Hayden broke the website?
Yeah, I don't think it's working at the moment. I'm just keeping tabs on it. I have updated it on OBS, but it has not. It just doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, no, the incident tickets, I can't open any of them. That's fun.
That's extremely
but
helpful.
we shall. Well, look, I'll wait and see. It's fine. There's other stewards that are available, so they can have a look at it as well. Okay, so somebody's. I'm just gonna keep a tally of the votes as I see them come in.
That is fine. Sorry, I'm.
Sorry, my whiteboard is huge, so I have to like lift it off the floor.
I am just making...
BRT Sir Amadeus, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Very much appreciate it.
There we go. Sorry, I was just making a couple of quick adjustments. I hope the levels are okay. Feel free to... yeah, hopefully all the levels are okay. I can just adjust that down a tick, and that shouldn't distort too much, and that looks to be all okay. There we go. Right, sorry, I was getting a few little bits of funky noise coming through on my end, so I was hoping that wasn't transferring to your viewing pleasure. How are we doing on the timing screens? Sipos down in 33rd in that Nissan. Only one in the field. It's all...
Looks been through the wars.
I haven't got that on my screen, but if it has, then I'm sort of not surprised. There's quite a few cars carrying some form of damage.
There's a lot of damage to the side of that Nissan from what I can tell.
Yes,
anyway.
I can now see that on this side. The camera's just swung around to the other side of it, and yeah, that's taken some side impact as that goes past Tonkin for the WRT car into 32nd. Very nicely done.
Nicely done, everyone. Love to see it.
Ooh, we might have something on across the top of the circuit for the top two. Mustang on Mustang going into the bus stop. That is some solid defence by the number 3 Mustang of Tiago. Apologies. Tiago? Yeah, we'll go with that. Solid defence there, but leaves the door open, and that is Dante. Binovsky is straight up the inside as soon as that gap opens. That has potentially left a bit of a gap on the outside, but not quite. Can the BMW do anything on the exit with the drive and the draft? Not quite. Tries to go around the outside through the toe of the boot. Doesn't quite work out as they drop down into the heel. The BMW very good on the brakes into there in comparison to the Mustang. And now this is the car that was in pole at the start, is now beginning to be under fire, quite a lot of fire, and has dropped back. Needs to be careful not to lose too much time to that 300 car, which, by the way, has a heck of a livery on it. I don't know if you can see it, but...
I can't see any of it. I had to delete my liveries folder a while ago, and I haven't.
You haven't
Also, sim racing hasn't been working properly for me for the last few days, so...
fair enough. Either way, it is a
liveries.
very spectacular purple and a green and black livery on that one. It's showing up for me, so you'll be able to see it in the stream. But yes, a very lovely livery on that car. That is that battle. That's all stretched out just a tick. Lockwald, Paul Lockwald, Turtle Speed Racing is on the tail of Lee Yun. I'm gonna hope that's vaguely pronounced correctly, as that is racing under the. You are racing under the Korean flag. Very nice. I'm trying to work out what time of day this is gonna finish for you. You're basically racing overnight.
Yeah, that's pretty mad.
That's quite impressive. That is some dedication right there. I did spot that earlier on. I've been mentally trying to work out the when we was running through the grid. I didn't quite have enough time to work that one out earlier. But yeah, that car is running. If you are in Korea and you are running from there, then very well done, because you're running through the night on that one. Hopefully you don't have work or anything tomorrow to deal with for yourselves.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very pleasant.
No, no, it would not. Norris and Messeros in three-way fight with Felinski. That is the recovering Felinski car that we saw earlier on having issues trying to make a recovery there.
Yeah. You see, Moreb has just lost a place to Timothy Jadubo. Sorry if I got that wrong.
I think that's better than I've managed to pronounce it all day.
I can't do names. I try, but I can't. Oh, as Ben's
95 off at the toe of the boot. There is a chunk of runoff area there, and you managed to get that wrong.
The 37 Aston just takes him out.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's not good. That will surely be a report from the 95 team, I would imagine. As Didney has also fallen back, he's now in P29. I'm not sure what's happened there. Callum Jones, making his way back up through the field, has just overtaken Sipos, and he's now just overtaken the Lexus of Doyle. 2 places there in the space of a handful of corners. Lovely move from the 748 competition car.
Is that really a surprise from Jones? Although that has opened the door for Sipos now to come back up against the Lexus. This is a battle of the old chassis, isn't it? Well and truly. Yep. Nissan versus Lexus. Side by side through the toe. And stay side by side as we run down into the heel at the hairpin. Who has got what on the air going through here? Nissan. Oh, just squeaks through. I think the Lexus just had to breathe on the brakes that hair more to make sure that wasn't contact. Ooh, yeah, that was tight.
The 81 took the mentality of I'm having this corner, back out or kill us both.
Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, that was a decisive move. London in the 52. Oh, you're in for a pit stop. Possibly a little early, but gives you some flexibility on what you're doing. For that one, if they've picked up any minor damage, no penalties for yourselves. Ray in the number 6 is looking okay, but is starting to catch on the back of Lockwald there. We'll keep an eye on that gap. The gap in the lead has spread out. It is opened out a chunk now after that move from Bonevskis on Tiago. So that has opened out to about a second a gap between each one. Van Niemen is around the 14-second mark on the tail of these 3. So bit of time to make up. Lap time wise, on par with those in front.
Yeah. Oh, we've got manufacturer bunch-ups here all over the place. There's 5 Mustangs in a row for P7 to P11, and then there's like a bunch of Ferraris all bunched up down the order as well. It's pretty interesting to see. I'm surprised we don't have more McLarens. Is that only 2 McLarens in the field? It is. There was 3, that's right. There was 3. 1 is gone.
Yes, didn't quite see what happened there. I was aware that we lost a car fairly early on.
A rejoin for the ages at the bus stop, let's put it that way. Let me see.
We have the 22 is on the tail of the 24. Ferrari on Porsche action here at this moment in time for this.
I will always have a soft spot for the Porsche, and it is incredible around this track, so should be, in my opinion, should be better than the Ferrari overall. Obviously the Porsche will struggle with Sector 1 because there's lack of straight line speed, but Sector 2 and 3 it is mega because it can carry so much speed through the corners. Oh, as the 22 just dives there, 24 having to get out of the way, otherwise he was going to be collected potentially by the 22. The 22 taking a very Max Verstappen approach to the corners of I am going to be ahead of the apex whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Seems to be
one way of racing.
Yeah, it's a very risky way of racing. You can already tell from the Dowis is already on the Ferrari. I'm sure he's been involved in a couple of incidents. So, yeah, very interesting method to take when it comes to that.
Lockwood 912 into the pits. That is out of 15th by the looks of things.
Yep. Got some damage to repair. Does he have penalties? He does not.
Nope, that one isn't all clear on that white Ferrari. That's the Turtle Speed racing car. I wish I could see the livery on that one. I feel like it's going to be impressive. If there are people listening in from the cars that I don't have liveries, feel free to make sure they are on... I'll get there eventually. Up on Awesome Sim Racing, and they will be added. I will re-sync everything before I come back on later on tonight at about 7:30, and we shall hopefully gain a few more liveries.
Secretly written for the 45 car because I've just realised the current driver, Kane Doyle, is actually Irish, like myself.
Aha!
So I'm secretly rooting for them guys.
Which car number is that one? That is the double...
45.
45.
It's one of the Lexuses.
Lexi,
if you will.
Lexi. I've never known whether it's supposed to be Lexus or Lexi, and you've got multiple of them.
I suppose it's up to yourself, I guess, at that point, whether you want to. So,
yes, that's the purple and green machine out there in that one. That we saw go past Sipos, that was battling with Sipos earlier on. Speaking of which, they are just coming into the second marker on Dundee. But we have a Ferrari on Ferrari battle coming down into the heel of the boot. 912 on 967. Just a little bit of trail comfort, tapping on the brake going through, coming up out of the boot into this last couple of corners. But still staying ahead. That 967 looks a little worse for wear on one side. 912 gets a really good drive out the last corner. How does this play out down the pit straight? They are side by side. Who's got the apex? 912 goes deep on the brakes. 967 has to back out ever so slightly, otherwise they've made contact with the rear of that car, and that is 9123 and clear.
Lovely move. Love to see it. Oh, we have nearly a side-by-side through the bus stop for P2 there, as just checking, the 300 car is just driven away. He's 2.5 seconds clear now. But the number 3 car is still very, very much under pressure from the 88.
Very much so. It was a strong start. That Mustang looked good early on in the stint, but it seems to have dropped back and been eaten up somewhat in the latter part of this first stint. As we are coming up to 11 hours and 2 minutes 45 seconds to go. That was the Academy Ferrari that was in the wall there on the toe of the boots. 777, that's the Donkerwalk car, having a rather bad... it's Dukawa in that car now. How much of BRT has been sniped by Toga?
Quite a lot.
Fair enough. I suddenly realised we've managed to... they're just suddenly realising there's names there that when we started commentating we're all running for BRT, and now they're running under the Toga banner. So,
yes.
Very much welcome. I'm assuming that team has changed names and I think changed direction anyway, so I don't think it was too recognition.
The 24 car had a crash on pit entry.
Ooh, that's not a good place to have an accident. That's also a good way of giving yourself a speeding violation, because you can't get the car slowed down because it's really tight on the way in there.
Oh, he spun it on the last corner. Oh, that's pretty bad. That's going to be some hefty damage to fix for the number 24 car. Now, let's have a look. As Bart Dukawa, just speaking of Bart, has had a crash out of the penultimate corner. Has got going again. Is he coming into the pits? He is not. He's going to stay out. But the rear wing in that car is not straight. He's going to need to pit.
Yeah, that's not going to be a car that's fun to drive. Sipos, you're not... How did you end up there in the bus stop?
I'm going to assume it. Oh my!
That was a huge snap of oversteer. Whew. We know that car can bite, but that was big.
That car suddenly decided it wanted to turn the other way immediately. That's pretty impressive, actually.
That was a big bounce over the curbs, and that just I can only assume they had opposite lock on, and as the car bounced, it suddenly gained grip, and just bounced the other way.
Oh, we've got somebody in voting or cheering on the Valkyrie team. Who is the Valkyrie team?
That is a Ferrari. It is one of the. It's yellow.
I'm paying attention to the team names.
I recognise
I found them. The 420 car, Valkyrie Performance.
Sounds about right. Where is the 420? Down in 36th. Yes, it is.
Yep. They've just come out of the pits though, so they probably were quite a few places up higher than that.
Yeah, it's going to be one for that. So yeah, the we've got a battle between Albertiza, Tizai, and Tonkin in the WRT car. For that is looking now like 26th, as there is a bunch of people in the pits they have just gained places against. Dindi, unfortunately, with Dindi, who's just in the pit with a 20-second penalty. That's going to suck. Is this going to be a side-by-side moment down the backstretch into the bus stop? It is looking like it. Aston Martin tries to get the cutback from the outside to the inside. Can't make it work on that Ferrari, but very nicely done and well held to not make contact with anybody there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As I've just noticed now, the number 3 car has lost P2.
Oof.
And they've both actually reeled in the 300 again. The 300 has damage. He must have had contact with someone. I
can only assume that might have been contact with back markers, because I haven't seen any yellow flags for that car. Yeah,
the 88 car's now within half a second of the 300 car, and the number 3 has fallen about a second back from the 88 car, and then Van Niemen's also closing in. He's now 10 seconds behind instead of 14.
Yeah, that's Van Niemen's been a little bit of a silent assassin through this. They've kept the car clean all the way through, and this first stint, and they have managed to reel those places in. I can give you an update. They are up 5 places. I will say, looking at this green, Joe McLaren in ACCI X Emirates Emirates team, car number 1, up 32 places to 5th at this point in time. I'm assuming they need to pit, but even so, with that, that's a hell of a run.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Same for Felinski, is up 29 places, and Ray is up 24. So that is some big gains in this early stanza, as Ray is now into the pits for their scheduled stops. They will drop down a few places, but they're not going to drop that far. With how big the gaps are, they're not going to drop that far. They might lose, a couple of places? I think they're going to stay inside the top 15. They do have 10 seconds on their pit stops. They might just drop down to about 15th. 450 of McGonigal is going to be my rough estimate for where that car's going to end up.
Yeah.
Looks like the 300 is going to be diving for the pits. They have their indicator on the brakes down into final corner, and the Aston BMW is looking like they're going to follow them through. BMW having to take a little bit of a evasive move there to make sure they don't make contact on the way into the pits. That is the top 3 all in for their pit stops. I'm assuming, Van Niemen is also in, and I'm assuming McLaren is going to do the same. That car very, very tight on pit limit there. I'm not sure if I want to know, as is Smith Adams. And for Matto, I'm assuming that is going to be everybody who has not pitted yet. Because...
the stint timer is up in a minute, so...
Felinski, I think, is the only one that could still have not pitted. I think everybody else should have done. Yes, Valinsky is the last car not to have pitted at least once, as 22 is showing yellow flags.
Yeah, but Valinsky's coming around the final corners now, so he will be pitting.
Yes, that is.
Yeah, he is.
That's running it tight. What's their stint timer? 1 hour, 4 minutes, and
20 seconds. 23 seconds.
23 seconds. Ooh, that's running it tight.
Yep, just a little bit, but they made it work. Good stuff. Is actually, hang on, the BMW's made it out in the lead.
Oh, that was. I'm assuming that car was the only one that didn't have any damage, because there is minute 4, minute 7, minute 17 for the 300, and minute 7 for the number 3, and the 88 was at minute 4, so they have gained 32 second, 35 second, and a 43 second stop, respectively, for the top 3. So that is the 88 up 1, the number 3 down 1, but 300 is actually still up 2 places.
Yep, but this is letting Van Niemen and the number 1 car back in, because look how much closer they are.
Yes, very much. 2.5 seconds back from Gurkis?
Yes,
Martins Gurkis for GMR Motorsport. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
And I will say, Van Niemen for RVR is soloing this race, by the way. There's quite a few people soloing this race.
Okay, so at some point they're going to need to take probably 1 or 2 a good couple of stops for, like, human bodily functions, I assume.
Yes, I would imagine there'll be a couple of longer pit stops just while they sort themselves out. I did the 4 hours of Bathurst, and I was sore afterwards. Like, I don't know how people do it.
Yeah. Okay. So Van Niemen is doing. I have no words for what you're getting up to. Speaking of big gains, yes, that was, as we saw earlier on. Piazza is now in that number 1 car, and that car has gained 32 places. What a job in the first stint for that car. That ACCI Emirates car looks very good in the chrome that I can see on screen here. But yeah, that's a hell of a job to get up through the field from that one. That means.
P21 side was into the bus stop, but the Mustang gets it done. That is Romanzik into P21. The 967 is spun at the first corner. Is not rejoining sillily. Well done.
Very well done. Spotted that was the 420 that is now driven by LeCroux for Valkyra Performance. Steadily making their way up through the field there, up into 29th, up 10 places.
Fair bit of damage on that car as well, so it will be a bit more difficult to control, but they're doing well.
They're up 10 places, so evidently, when did they stop? Because I think that's a car that stopped earlier on. They've been out, they've been out an hour, about 8 minutes, so they have evidently not opted to. Thank you very much for the subscription over on YouTube for RC Sim Racing. Yes, so that 420 car has been out 8 minutes, so either they got unlucky and got tagged early on and picked up some damage straight out the pits, or they have opted not to fix it, which I feel may be the more likely option there. So they have opted not to fix that and are just pressing on.
Yep. That's probably the more likely scenario. It is 12 hours, so they're probably like, if it's controllable, we'll just keep going the way it is.
Yeah. Jojo, how are you doing? How's the race going so far? I'm not sure which driver Jojo is, or which car number that is, so if you can let us know, I'm sure I can find them on the timing screens. That would be lovely. So, and give them a little bit of airtime. So, the race is going okay. First 30 minutes was lively. I think everybody is now, barring speed tokens, as we have Sipos and 45 Doyle battling it out again. They've, after pit stops, have cycled back towards each other. The Lexus just gets a heck of a drive up through the S's, and that is gone and away. Has just scampered away. So yeah, that Lexus using its straight line grunt to one heck of an advantage there.
Yeah, absolutely. Where is... Apologies, I'm just in between screens.
That is fine.
Yeah, the 88 has got a 5-second gap to the number 3 car, so they're in a little bit of a comfortable position right now.
Yeah, the number 3 is even more comfortable. Almost 8.5 seconds back is Gherkins in the 300. So our front group, having been previously nose to tail through the first part of this race, has just spread out well and truly. Although it looks like the 300, unlike the other two, is having some issues. That is the number 31 having issues on the exit of the bus stop. Very nicely done on the rejoin on that one. Nothing too scary. Oh, that's, I'm assuming, going to be a curb-related incident and possibly barrier contact there. So that's going to be a car. Yeah, very sensibly, very nicely rejoining, not doing anything too stupid, keeping offline.
The 3 nearly had a contact with that car.
Oh, Donkervolk. Stop go 30. I'm assuming that's a track limit. I haven't...
That'd be for speeding in the pits, probably.
Yes, that's the one.
Unfortunately, not what we want to see, but it is what it is.
No, there'll be an endurance penalties, won't it? I'm looking at the wrong.
Just checking to see if there's no incident tickets coming in, so we're all good at the moment. As the only really fight in the top 10 is for P7. Tyler Carr, very apt name, versus Alexei Krasnov. I think that's your name. Great team name, first corner winner. Fighting for 7th place, Mustang on Mustang, as pretty much normal. Oh, what's that Ferrari,
that
dude?
slow-moving BBR car. Not the smartest of places to... I mean, well done for getting out the way of the back, being a back marker, but not necessarily the smartest of places to suddenly be in the middle of the track. Commit to one side or the other, and then let other people go around you.
That scared even me. What car was that?
That was the Ferrari of BBR. I can't remember which car number it is. Big Brain Racing have a car in this one. It's bright orange.
I don't have the livery, so I can't see it. All I see was white.
I am trying to...
Oh, is it number 74?
74. That sounds vaguely correct.
Because the team name is Big Brain Racing, so I'm assuming that's what it is.
Yes, that will be the car. 74. As that is the delayed BMW of 65 that we're going past? No. That is the 924 that's been delayed.
Terrence Didney, hello, we are number 31 and we had a bug. Could you remove the 36 laps delay? What do you mean? Do you mean you're 36 laps down? Hang on.
Yeah, that's 41st.
It says they've done 3 laps.
It's saying they have done 3 laps.
That's in-game, we can't change that, there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah.
That's an in-game problem, and even if we could, like, me and Zia can't because we're in the comments box, so even if there was something that could be done, there would have to be someone with server access, but
yeah,
that's not going to be possible. What bug did you even have? If you've only done 3 laps, that's something I haven't heard of before.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I've never heard of just being of a bug that puts you 36 laps down.
And if it was a connection issue, then that is going to be your side rather than server side, largely.
Yeah. Terrence, we can't do anything about it. That is all server side. Or
yeah,
server side. And
if
in-game
you're
stuff, we can't
concerned,
change it.
by all means ping a ticket to the stewards, or possibly via the website. I don't know.
The website's broken, don't do that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Feel free, if you
Feel
wish,
free to
open
open
a
a ticket
ticket,
in the...
and
either something
Discord
might be
labs.
able to be done post-race.
I've just said, right, please listen when I say this. We cannot remove that. That is a game issue. We physically can't just go in and remove laps or lap delays. If you want, you could open a general ticket and ask, but that's, as from my knowledge, that cannot be done.
There we go.
So please, yeah, that, like, it sucks. We can't do anything about that.
However, what we do have is battle down for 31st. Tonkin, Doyle, and Zesby in the 81. So that is the 45 and 81. Also joining the 117 Ferrari. So Ferrari from Lexus from Nissan. Or vying for position as the Nissan goes very deep into the ankle there, coming out of the boot. And is kind of off the back of this battle all of a sudden. But that is Doyle trying to get on terms with the back of that Ferrari. We'll see how that goes. Norris is right on the tail of 113 Porsche of Jurnovonsky. Side by side, you can see the straight line difference between the Aston and the Porsche. The Porsche doesn't really have a lot of an answer in a straight line across the back section there, does it? And has to back well and truly out of that one. And that's 37 clean and through. We have the Becker and Romansku car. 95 versus 55, Ford on Ferrari. Battle going through the ankle of the boot. The Ferrari trying to catch and pass the Mustang. It's definitely caught. It doesn't appear to be able to pass with about just under half-second gap there.
Yeah, there's quite a few little battles popping up. It's just a little note, the number 300 car in P3 has the fastest lap of a 1:44.1, which is pretty fast in these conditions. 33 track temp, that's pretty damn fast.
Yeah, oh crazy, I just realised spotted what the track temps and everything are. 25.33 for air and track. That is toasty out there. That is going to be that is going to be some error code 404 tyres not found at the end of the stint.
Yep, absolutely. That is going to be some tires will be hurting.
Thank you, Timothy Jabal, for subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying everything. I hope your stint out on track went well. I'm trying to remember which car you were in. But very well done for getting your stint done, and I hope to see you out in the car later on. I hope it's going well. Just as we skim through the timing screens, Lexus Aston battle now, 250 versus number 9. That is the, yes, the one that I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce because it's in Cyrillic, and I do apologise for that one, versus the virtual team racing of Ricardo Albatrez in the Aston Martin versus Elvin Saliv. I'm going to go with your surname being Saliv because I think I can pronounce that vaguely correctly. Lexus doing Lexus things and being very good in a straight line out of the S's into the bus stop. Go full commitment into the bus stop. Didn't think that car was going to get stopped. Little bit of an extra flick on the brakes through there makes that one stick. And that is all clear. Car number 32, thank you very much. I can find that on the timing screens. Actually, you're doing quite well, aren't you? 32. Where is 32? I'm being blind. 32. Keeley is now in that car. Anthony Keeley for Raceforge Esports Endurance. Out there in the car now, so very nicely done. How many of you are in that car, by the way? Just so we know how many driver swaps we should be seeing before you're back in, or is it just the two of you? At which point, very well done. And two of you for 12 hours is going to hurt.
Yeah, there's quite a few people who are just one or two drivers. It's pretty mad, to be fair. I wouldn't be me.
Yeah, I would probably want to do this with at least 3 people, so you're in, especially if you're doing singles, so you're in for 1, out for 2. Otherwise, you're probably at most doing in for 2, out for 2. Or 1 for 1. Yeah. Your teammate is the 23 car. The 23. Oh, the 23 is the car. Aston Mustang up in 7th. They're doing very well. So yes.
Nicely done.
So very nicely
Where
done up there.
Alright, I'm just...
We have a battle between, it's a Ford versus Ferrari battle, 55 on 95. 55 gets a really good run out of the last corner. I have to say the Ferraris have looked really strong on the exit of the last corner. Being up against the big Mustang, though, is going to be a challenge in a straight line in general. But we're starting to draw alongside. If they can hang in the toe, there's a good chance that this might be on in the twistier sections of the lap. We'll keep an eye on that one. As the 69 Mustang is in for Ben McConnell. Ford Performance. How long was that?
Yeah,
that was an hour and 3 for yourself, so you're a little out of sync. You had to pit fairly early. I think I remember seeing that car in the pits early on for that one. Is car number 2 showing his yellow flags? Oh, they're having a bit of a ping issue by the looks of things. Yeah, he did an hour 3:36 for that car, and is having a slightly elongated stop, but does look like they are down and away there. For some reason, everything deciding it's going to jump around for a second. Looks like they're going to come out in 33rd. Back out on track next to the Ferrari of... that is... STP Ferrari? I'm not sure I recognise that livery. I recognise the livery, I can't remember the car number.
I'm going to say this one final time. Terrence Didney, we cannot remove you being 36 laps down. We cannot change that. That is an in-game thing. If you've had a bug, we can't do anything about that. It's out of our hands. It sucks that it's happened. We can't do it. You're just going to have to drive, unfortunately. I don't know what the bug you're referring to is, but we can't do anything to change it. I apologise, but we can't. Gaming Wool 79 Viva La WRT. I think there's a couple of WRT cars in this race, is there? Or am I being...
I believe WRT has a couple of cars in this one. I'm trying to remember...
P29 and P30, they are running in both their cars currently.
That is Doyle, oh no, that is the, 117 and the 969, 2 Ferraris. Line astern on track, but there's about 7 seconds between the two of them. We have Aston on Mustang here for 24th, side by side. Aston gets up the inside going into the bus stop. Nicely through there. Can they make it out the other side cleanly? Yes, they can. And they are on the tail of that 31 car. That is the delayed 31. That will be... just keep clocking the laps in, see what happens. Luke Wilson out in the Ford Performance Mustang. That is Possum, normally, that comes in on chat. So, if you do get a chance, hello! Good to see you out on track and having a race. That is you going up a position on the Lexus, and I think you might... Are you a lap down on that Ferrari? I'm not sure which Ferrari that is because I can't see the number on it as it goes very wide out of the bus stop and has an argument with a wall. I wouldn't recommend that, it hurts. As the number 113 goes past the 52th position in 24th and 25th. That pink and blue fade Porsche. Very nice. Nicely done on that livery.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just writing a message.
That is fine. Lexus is... That's the other Lexus. The 250 is up into 16th. Ooh, nearly getting collected by the other Lexus of... that was Costa and... Which one's the other Lexus? Where is that one? That was a... I believe they're a lap up on that car. Yeah, they were a lap up on the 45 there and needing to try and get past. That one hasn't quite managed it cleanly. These two are racing for position. That gap after that instant is down to 0.3 of a second. So we'll keep an eye on that one. 31 is off at the side of the bus stop and has disappeared. Wonderful.
That's the 31 car that we're talking in the chat about their 36 lap issue, but it's just we can't change that.
As we have
two Mustangs. Oh, that's very close through the bus stop, but the 445 gets it or holds it. I can't remember if they were ahead or not.
The 250 and the 6 were side by side coming out of the S's with, I think is that the Aston number 9? Yeah, so these two battling has brought the number 9. So 250 from 6 from 9 are now looking like they're going to become a 3-car train. The 445 and the 757 are racing each other. That was the two that Barry were going on about being side by side through the bus stop.
Yep, they're still at it.
Ooh, 757, big dive. That was sent from another postcode, well and truly, but makes it stick. Well done for the 445 from seeing that coming and keeping out of the way. And
brilliant
not
move,
making
brilliant
contact.
awareness from the 445 as well. We love to see it. Right. Where am I looking? Sorry, there's so many things to keep an eye on. Yeah, cool.
Fine.
Right.
We have some penalties that have come through. Can I see? I'm trying to remember where all the. Where is the endurance penalties? Where are they? There we go. Endurance penalties. 5 seconds to 22 unsafe rejoin. 22 10 seconds significant contact. 80 5 seconds crossing pit line. Number 1 5 seconds for crossing pit line. So that would be number 80. Yeah, 5 seconds for crossing pit line there on that one, and that is the number 4 Van Niemann RVR car. Are we starting to see a chink in that car's armour?
Maybe. Pit lines aren't enforced by the stewards, but if you report another car for crossing the pit line, it will be penalised.
Yeah.
We aren't actively checking the pit lines, but if you want someone penalised for it, you have to report them.
Yes. If somebody comes out the pits or dives into the pits in front of you in from the start of the pit line to the end of the pit line, you must remain all 4 wheels into it. So if somebody's doing something egregious in front of you and it's upsetting you, then by all means, put a ticket through, and I'm sure if it is a valid reported ticket with evidence, then the stewards will look at it and go from there.
Yep, I actually reviewed one of them.
Nice.
And I knew that one was coming. I reviewed one of them.
Fair enough.
It was basically just cars, not the penalty. You have to follow it through the final corner.
Yes.
They were just taking it full speed, cutting the line at through the last corner to keep the speed up. which is not allowed.
No. Just going to jump to the Costa Salive battle. 250 Lexus versus number 6 Ferrari. The 6 Ferrari is just starting to drop off the back of the Lexus now. Was holding inside of a second, but it has just opened out a little bit now. Lecroux and Castro side by side through the toe of the boot. Castro gets a big wiggle mid-corner, and that lets Lecroux back round the outside. Well done to both cars for not making contact in that. That nearly ended in tears, but that Valkyrie car doing very well to stay out of trouble there. That Ferrari looks very, very loose on the rear end as it comes out of the... goes through the heel there and up out of the boot.
Gear Pixel on YouTube. What is this race? So this is a collaborative race between Ticker Motorsport and CRF. It's a 12-hour endurance race of the Watkins Glen track. We are about an hour and a half into it, so 10.5 hours to go. And obviously we're just commentating over it. It's good fun. Hope you're enjoying the watch. It is a good time.
It is a good time.
Oh, there's a car. That car's rejoining. That was a bit dangerous, that rejoin.
Oh, did not see which numbers that was on screen. I didn't have a yellow flag ping me for that one. Number 300, now driven by Gherkins. I believe that was the previous driver of that car, holds the fastest lap of the race with a 44.110. Last time by was a 46.017. A little bit down on the cars in front, which was a 45.7 and a 45.1. So that car just starting to drop back. I think a slightly less strong driver in that car. 45.722 was their last lap there, as that's just updated. So yeah, all on the same lap now. Decently on pace. And matching that of the leader. The lead two, so possibly not the strongest of drivers in that car, but they are holding station and basically just keep the car intact and on track. Apologies, that looks like there's a bit of a ping issue for whichever car we are following. The number 2 WRT car now in amongst some traffic. This is a battle for position for Deluge in the number 24 Porsche.
Yeah, follow along with the WRT car.
It's the 967 in 29th. Hamza Akru. I hope that's correct for the pronunciation on that one.
Yeah, a couple of tenths behind. This Ferrari's been on the tail of the Porsche for a little while. I do love to see a Porsche doing well. But WRT car seems to be all over the back. It might just be a matter of time before the WRT car finds a way past. Seemingly all over that rear bumper. So it's only a matter of time, I believe, but we'll have to wait and see, as he may go for it here in the bus stop. He's going to back out, sensible move. Bus stop is probably the worst place in this track to overtake. No, it definitely is the worst place in this track to overtake, but it's fine. Being sensible. That's what we love to see. It's 12 hours. You have plenty of time to get your overtakes done. You don't have to do it immediately.
As Porsche runs deep into the heel there, into the ankle, down into the boot there. Looks okay, Ferrari. Looks racy on the way in, but I think they're suffering lack of speed on the exit because they're carrying a bit too much on the way in. Jill Sevin, PBT 1 team.
Number 3
is in second, 8 seconds or so down on the leader, with an 8-second gap back to the 300 car. So doing very nicely there. As we see Jones, that will be for a timed stint on that car. Yes, 1 hour 3 and 20 seconds. Across the line on that one, so that is a scheduled stop for that car.
Yeah, they had significant damage at the start, and that's why they're so off.
Yeah, they got caught up in bit of an incident early on.
Yeah, but don't believe it wasn't their fault. They just
Wrong
were
place,
in the
wrong
place at
time.
the wrong time.
So we
Yeah,
have
gear.
number 9 and number 10 as they come past the stopped Jones car there. Side by side on the way into turn 1, Aston is hung out to dry on the exit very nicely from the number 10.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on where that 748 car rejoins. As it's Callum's teammate Hunter in the car now, and they're going to be rejoining. It looks like P18. So that was a mega stint for Callum. They were down in the bottom 5 there after their incident. That's a brilliant recovery so far. So they're about 4 seconds clear of P19. And Hunter's no slouch, so I'll be expecting to see him start to fight through the pack. He's about 23 seconds off P17, but I suspect that gap will come down pretty quickly. Two very good drivers in behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah.
Looking now, P22, there's a fight going on. The 95 of Romanzik, sorry if I got that wrong, has got Alex Norris, definitely not related to the Lando Norris. Or maybe they are, we don't know. Closely followed by the 113 Porsche, who's got significant damage.
Ooh.
Oh, the Mustang going so defensive it goes off the track. That's interesting. As the there's contact.
There's contact.
Yeah, and they're both down and out. I couldn't really tell you who's at fault there, just from that initial incident.
Yeah, I'm sure that might end up as a bit of a report as the 37 is trying to recover and loses another place. Loses another place? No, they stay in 20. Yeah, loses another place down to the 24th.
My initial thoughts is the 37 cuts across like the Mustang isn't there, but again, I need to see more angles of it to know for sure.
Yep. If either of you have issue with that, by all means report it to the stewards, and it will be looked at.
Yeah, I will say one of them should have pulled out of that move because that Mustang went on the grass and slowed itself down, but also the Aston Martin was a bit too I have to make this move now kind of thing.
Yeah, deliberate with their move. Just as a quick distraction, we have number 6 and number 10 for 15th and 16th. Borges and Costa are battling it out. That is the recovering G-League car from earlier on in the race. They had a whole slew of early penalties and are now trying to recover. A quick flash of the lights there to the other Ferrari. This basically comes down to who's got what in the way of damage and who's got what in the way of the setup on these cars. All looks good for now. They are nose to tail. London in the number 52 is in out of 26th by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's a scheduled stop. Though it's only 45 minutes done. That's surprising.
That might be a fatigue, that might be a technical issue, somebody having to stop because things are stopping working. Or they might just be opting to possibly run slightly shorter stints, give themselves... I'm trying to do the maths now, if it's 65... Oh, side by side for the number 10 and the number 6. Number 6 comes out on top of the number 10 there.
I will say, Van Nieman's in the podium place now. The 300's fallen back.
Ooh, 300's dropped. Ooh, 300 has dropped back. Has that had issues or not? Anybody from the 300 car that is listening, by all means, feel free to let us know.
The last lap was a 151, so I would assume they had an off somewhere, but they've got no damage to the car. They must have maybe had to slide to the bus stop or something.
Either that, or they may have had issue with the with back markers. There is a chunk of back markers around, and they're actually being hunted down by Hunter himself in the Mustang.
Please be careful on your rejoin, and you have done. Well done. Yeah, but of course, Hunter is a lap down, but he will be able to unlap himself if he is significantly faster.
Yeah.
He will be able to do so. You can on lap, and then I think the general, I don't think we have a specific total rule for it, but the general rule of thumb is you have a lap to try and break the blue flags. Which, you know, it's not really a hard rule, it's more just, you know, if you can't get close to breaking the blue flags in a lap, you generally sort of concede it back, as to not to hold anyone up, but, you know, will everyone listen to that? Probably not.
These two cars, that is, Gherkin's 300 was 51 last time by. I'll let this settle out for this lap, and then I'll see what the time difference is. 7:48 is Davis down in 18th, so I'll see what the two of them are when they cross the lap times, and I'll see how far out they are, as Borges and Costa are swapping places on the timing screen, so I'm assuming that means they are swapping places on track. Indeed, they are. They have the leader in that 88 BMW for company.
He's defending against the leader. That's interesting. You're not allowed to do that. Or he tried to defend. Just trying
not to lose too much time to the number 6. Also, I'm not sure necessarily trying to let a backmarker being a backmarker trying to go into the bus stop is necessarily the smartest place to try and lap somebody either. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other there. Possibly didn't need to be quite so robust, but also I'm not sure the BMW needed to go and attack quite so hard on that one. It's not like they're under a massive amount of fire from the number 3 with an 8-second gap back. Speaking of which, the 300 was 45.5, and the Davis car in 18th was 45.4, so a tenth between the two of them, basically, for those two cars.
Yeah. I think Hunter will need to get a move on. The number 2 had a bit of a lag spike there.
Yeah, number 2 keeps having lag spikes. I'm keeping an eye on that one because it may... I'm slightly concerned that their race may be prematurely ended by a ping-related event.
Yeah. Absolutely, and nobody wants that.
No. It's rather alarming when you see people disconnect, because the car kind of goes straight on through the barrier and just disappears.
I had one where I was doing a race at Watkins Glen, it was in the wet, and the car ahead of me was blinking constantly.
Ooh.
So, you never know where the car is, so you can't attack.
Yes. Yeah,
you can never be certain where the car is.
Yeah, it's frustrating because you're like, do I go for a move? Because I don't know where this is. If it blinks out and blinks back in, it might be on top of me, and that's a big problem.
Yes. Yeah, it is quite the delicate process whenever someone's blinking like that. You just have to sort of pick your moment kind of thing, and hope for the best.
Yeah, and hope that they can see you in the process, as that is the Nissan being a number 81 Nissan. Ooh, that's just lost a place in the process of letting a lap down. The 421, very nicely done, just sneaks through on the inside in the toe of the McLaren there on that one to put a lap to gain the place on the 81 Nissan. Wilson is onto the tail of Castro, 69 on 74, as London is in the pits. That's one of the ones, again, that was one that was delayed late on in the first stint, so this is going to be a scheduled stop for them.
Yep.
That BDR car gets a bit of a twitch on the curb there, bit of a bump. Mustang is on the outside going up into the bus stop. No, Ferrari doesn't have any answer to the straight line speed of that Mustang. Gets through nice and cleanly.
Nicely done. Now, let me see. For P16, Costa is losing time to Ricardo in the VRT Aston Martin, and what did I say, Hunter Davis, he was 24 seconds behind P17, he's now 19 seconds behind. He's lapping about a second faster than the two cars ahead of him. So he is reining them in slowly but surely. To be expected, of course, as the 52 is just went in and come back out of the pits again after 3 minutes.
Ooh, that might have been damage. That might have been other issues. Not sure.
They were stopped for 113. Or in the pits for 113, sorry. So, not sure there.
Oh, okay. I don't have the banhammer for the person doing all sorts of silly things on Twitch, unfortunately.
Just ignore them. That's what I've been doing. I'm not giving them the airtime.
It was more, I'm not sure if somebody with the banhammer is listening in on this one.
I don't think so, because Boss Man, he's away.
Yes, he is on holiday, isn't he? So, yeah, massive thank you to Hayden for sorting out the stream keys for this one tonight, for today and this morning, afternoon, and the one for tonight.
Yeah.
I will possibly have things on in the background, depending on whether my computer can deal with it, because I've got a bunch of admin to do this afternoon. Quite frankly, I apologise, I'm not really up for doing a full 12-hour stream today.
Yeah, that's taxing for anyone. So.
It's yeah, especially after yesterday's day of carnage, shall we say. I'm feeling a little sore and a little uncomfortable in places at the moment, so...
Yeah, but no, I'm here for a little bit and then I'm going to have to go as well because I have stuff on this evening.
Yes, that is fine. Like I say, I'm going to do the first 4 hours or so and then go from there. Feel free to message us the driver of the day when you step away, just so I can keep an eye on that. Again, feel free to chuck your votes in. It doesn't seem to be working somewhere along the line, either the website or something's gone wrong on that one. So, yeah, we're keeping a manual tally of that one. I will try again for the last third of this race later on. For that one, I will try it again and make sure we are up to date with everything. And if it works, it works. If not, feel free to keep checking your votes in and we'll manually keep tabs on all of that. Good stuff.
Yep. Sorry, just...
It's kind of opened out a bit. We have the crew and... Mitcha Rusmusa? Rominska? I'm going to butcher that name all day, I can tell you that now, and I apologise. Racing at 4th position, that is the 95 on 420 car. The 117 WRT car is currently showing yellow flags. But yeah, that battle is going nicely. Costa and Arbites have swapped places. That is Aston ahead of Ferrari now. It's 9 ahead of the 6. The Ferrari is trying to come back, but a little hot into the downhill stretch. Long downhill right-hander at the back of the course as they head down into the boot.
Yeah, let me see. Again, apologies, I'm just so many things looking at once. It is hard to keep track a little bit, but we're doing what we can.
You're doing a wonderful job, thank you very much. The crew and Romanska battle is very much hotting up down the pit straight. That is Ferrari very much in the tow of the Mustang, trying to get on terms.
Well,
both run a little bit wide, but the Mustang runs wider than the Ferrari. Ferrari is very much in the tow, going up through the S's. The S's are a bit of a one-line section, apart from this top last corner, but you've got to have a decent overspeed to make anything happen. Which side are they going to go? That is LeCroux to the outside into the bus stop. Can't make anything stick. Can they get a cutback on the exit? Nope, that was a lot of curb. Please be careful, that's a very bumpy bit of grass on the exit. And that is LeCroux with a lot of work now to do, drops back by about a second and a half.
Yeah, Romantic just didn't take the bus stop well there and caused the 420 to check up way more than they thought they had to. Well done avoiding a collision. because that generally ends up in a collision.
That
So well done to avoid it.
The number 6, number 6 has bus stop issues. Well and truly, I wasn't actually looking at the screen as to what happened there. That was bus stop related issues. I think that was going in and the car did not want to stop rotating and rotated too far in the wrong direction. Yep, hits the curb. Car rotates around and it is into the barrier hard on the outside of that one. Towards the inside of the circuit, that's going to be a chunk of damage as the 300 goes and puts a lap on them. Oh, that's the recovering Hunter Davis car. 748 trying to unlap themselves, gets very stacked up behind. Hopefully they get let through, yeah, kind of, into the toe of the boot there. That was actually for position. I thought that was down. No, that is Davis going through for position on Costa. That mistake was actually very, very costly then for the number 6. That means that is 14 seconds now to the number 9 of Alberto Ricardo for VRT, Virtual Racing Team, in that Aston Martin. So that is going to be the next car up the road to hunt down. Having the 300 in front as a blue flag car, causing these cars to be blue flagged, is possibly actually helping them carve their way through the field quite nicely.
Yeah.
As we have Wilson on Romanska up the inside going into the boot. Very nicely done. Romanska runs wide. I think largely letting Wilson go through. That is a very fast Mustang indeed.
Yeah, Luke Wilson very out of position. They had massive contact in the first stint, and that's why they're so far back.
Yep.
But they are currently cutting their way back through the field as best they can.
Where are they? They're still up 9 places from where they started.
Oh, that's right. They didn't even They didn't qualify, I think.
Yeah, there was a few. There's been a couple of fast cars that started out of position, and they've had to almost do a last to first challenge. I think he said first to last challenge. That's a very different situation.
Yeah, the only reason they're not further up the field is because they were involved in a massive crash at the start.
Yeah.
That is why they're still not as far as they probably would be.
Oh, that's the 74 recovering. What are you recovering from? Your own wiggle on the exit of that corner, and then just, you kind of brought that one on yourself. You sort of looked to let the car go, and then kind of stayed on the inside as the other car had to turn in at some point. So, yeah, well done for that one. I think that was own goal, well and truly there. As we see Romansk in the pits for that car, the number 95. Is that? That's got to be mostly schedule. 59:26, so roughly on schedule. A little early, but pretty well on schedule for that car. The delayed Wilson car is on a 30-minute stint, so they're about half an hour. Roughly half an hour. If we see Alberto Ricardo Albatretz for Virtual Racing Team in the pits for a scheduled stop, 4 minutes and 1 second stint for that car. So we should start to see a little the pit stop starting to cycle through a little bit more frequently for that car. We're down to 37 cars now from the 40 that started. The race being brought up by the 777, unfortunately, of Donkervalk, down 19 places from where they started. Not a great start. Still got 10 hours to go. Plenty of time to potentially recoup some of those places.
Yet they have they've been involved in a few accidents and so on, so...
Yeah, I think I saw them with a stop, I think they ended up with a drive-through and then a stop-go 30 after that one, so that was not a good day for them. On the other end of things, LeCroux in the 420 recovering in that car is now up 15 places from where they started in the Valkyrie Performance car, so they're doing nicely there. That's the car with a funky ping that's bouncing around. Number 1, Piazza, still up 32 places. Knocking is currently 5th. I'm not sure what the gap is. 7 seconds back from the 300, so not out of the question. If anything major happens between any of the top 3, really, and that happens to any of the cars in front, because they're about, what's that, 16 seconds from 3rd place?
Yeah.
Ish? No, less than that. About 11 seconds from 3rd place. So a major issue for any of these cars, and quite frankly, first is only 12.5 seconds up the road. Penalty, backmarker issues, contact, and damage, it's not. 12 seconds isn't a big gap. It's going to be hard to reel in on track, but if anything comes up, that gap will vanish. Speaking of gaps that have vanished, 912 on 151, Ferrari on Porsche. It is the Ferrari on Mustang, sorry, is trying to get on terms with this Mustang and get up the inside, although not making anything happen. 51 and 10 are trying to... I think that looks like the 250 and the 10. Looks like the 10 is through and ahead as my... timing screen does something funky. I think there's a car with a lag ping, isn't there? That's number 2, isn't it? Yeah, it's number 2 with the funky lag ping that's having fun with our timing screens. 912 is right. Oh, this is closing up. The Mustang slow going down the hill into the boot. Can the Ferrari do anything? They're on the outside of this one. Can they cut back? Big wiggle. Mustang holds it off. Beautifully done. Just holds that tighter line as the Ferrari tries to cut back to get on the exit. Little hot on the way in. I think they might struggle to get the power down on the exit. That car been looking slightly loose through the last corner, but looking okay. Get out of that one cleanly, but they are down, losing a little bit of time now to this Mustang. Very, very good on the brakes on the way into the corner, but I do struggle on the exit. Maybe back it off on the way in just a little bit and get a better exit. You might just hang on to the car a little bit easier. Having said that, doing very well to hang on to the tail of this Mustang. I think there's going to be a lot of people who can very accurately draw from memory the back of a Mustang, having been sat behind it for so long.
Valkyrie Performance have had a big shunt, loads of damage. Is that the 420 car?
That is the 420. I thought that was earlier on in the race.
Oh, maybe that was just a delayed message to us, potentially.
Possibly?
I believe we did see that. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. You're doing well to be trying to cut back through the pack a little bit. It's still P24, which is very good.
And still up 15 from where you started, so...
yeah,
with 10 hours to go, you're doing alright. You're definitely doing alright.
Yeah, as we're getting close to the next round of pit stops for everyone, we'll be in the next 12 minutes. Everyone will have to stop. So expecting them to be starting in the next minute or two.
Yeah, there'll be a big
for those
batch
who are
of
slightly
pit
off
stops.
strat.
Well, I'm just looking at this 51 battle. I'm trying to see which car it is that's in behind them. It's an Aston Martin of, I think, I see a 7. I see a 7 on the number plate, but I can't see much more than that. Is it the 27?
37 probably.
Yes, it is the 37. There we go. So that's trying to unlap themselves on this battle. That's going on in front. But that Ferrari just can't quite get into a position to fully make the most of any kind of move. That looks, yep, and that is a dive into the pits for the 912. I'm assuming that is a scheduled stop. Yep, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 44. That they crossed the line into the pits, so that is a scheduled stop for them. They weren't going to make another lap. Bourget's inside a half a second on the 445 Mustang. That is the Lee and Young car. How are we looking? That's about the only battle majorly on track. Having said that, the 81 seems to be getting quite a lot of airtime, losing a place to the 95. The number 6 is all over the back of the 117 WRT car as they go round for another lap there. The number 6 getting a good drive out of the last corner. Can they do anything? I think that's going to be a bit of a deep send. Thinks better of it.
Sorry, 1 second.
There we go. Side by side, coming out of the toe there. Oh, that's a big send. Can the Ferrari hold this on the outside? Oh, bit of contact. I think they back out of that one to let the Mustang stay alongside. So no position gained there. Can't make that one stick, but they do have the red number 88 car for company behind them. So these will be blue flagged cars now. Both of them. Ooh, I'm not sure quite what was going on there. The Mustang was trying to go for the pit lane. As that, I think, is a scheduled stop. A little early for that Mustang, I think. No, 1-0. They would have had time to do another lap.
They would have done one more.
Yeah. They may not have had the fuel for another lap. That's the only downside.
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
So it looked like the Ferrari was trying to go for a bit of a dive / get out of the way of the number 88, and a bit of miscommunication, I think, between all cars there. Hopefully nothing major done to either of these cars. That's the number 10 that's trying to recover up the field. For them. Other cars, we've got 56 minutes for the everybody 7th and above. 8th is on a 59. 9th, the McGonagall car for 50 has just ticked over to the hour and is nice and safely into the pits. 12 hours, 5 minutes a stint. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85. Ooh, that gets tricky because if you go... You could lose a requirement for a stop if you go as close as you can to the... Oh, that's the number 3 in trouble. What happened to you? Number 3 out of 3rd place. That's the RVR car getting collected in amongst that. What happens here? Let's have a look.
That is the number 1 car that was collected, not number 8A. Number 8 went through into P2.
Ooh, the RVR car just has a slightly better exit coming up out of the boot. Tags the back of the Mustang, and that is Mustang round and into the wall. That happened out of 2nd place, I think that was. Was that for position?
Yep, that was for position for P2.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, that was a bit spicy.
Yeah, that'll probably be reported, and there will definitely be a penalty for the number 80 because you've just punted the car out of the way.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the 3 he also collected the car number 1 when trying to re-control the car. Not a great situation for the number 3. That has really hampered their race. Look, they're still going with the damage, but I'm assuming they're going to have to pit soon.
Number 3, they're on 59 minutes, so they are due for a stop in the next lap or so. So that car, I think they might just try and hang on to... yes, that is a Barry you hear, Ethan. So yeah, I think that car's going to try and hang on to whatever it's got at the moment. The number 1 car does have... Oh! I'm sorry,
Oh,
what the heck just happened there?
I just turned away for half a second.
I just jumped back 30 seconds. So this is the number 3 on the 274. So this is again for position 274, going down into the boot nice and cleanly. It's going through the toe. It just I was looking at both screens simultaneously.
He sends it and he just kills him.
Yeah, just sends it onto the grass, tries to get off. The Mustang held its line. It was in. Yeah, that was. Oh, when it rains, it pours for some of these cars. That Mustang is heavily damaged and sliding all over the place. I think they might be trying to... Yeah, I think that's going to be a dive for the pits. They are 1 hour 8... yeah, they're going to be 1 hour 25 seconds on this stint. That was a guess and a half. 1 hour 24.
I reckon there'll be a...
There's probably going to be a couple of reports for that car.
100%, because they've been egregiously taken out there twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. I mean, I don't know what that was it an Aston Martin? I don't know what they were doing there. I don't know why they sent it like that.
It was for position, but yeah,
I mean, seems... it may be for position, right? But remember, you've 10 hours, like...
Yeah! Just back it off for a corner. You don't have to go for the move straight away.
You don't have to go for a risky move like that immediately. You can just chill behind and wait. You can see the car's got a ton of damage. Just wait for the mistake. But they are going to be stopped for a while. Which, unfortunately, they were on a fantastic race.
They were having a good one there.
And now they're going to be playing damage control for the rest of the race.
Yeah, they're already down 8 places from where they started now.
That is awful.
9, they're just going to tumble down the order. That's going to be a long stop. What are they up to now? 48, 49, 50 second stop for that car already. I'm going to say they're going to be stopped for about a minute plus.
Yeah, they're probably... Yeah, it's going to be at least, probably, I reckon, like 45 seconds damage to fixing that car.
Yeah, so on top of the 30 second stop, that's going to be big. Number 10, Florian Bourges was
they've been stopped for a minute 20 nearly here already. Yeah, minute 20.
Oh, Bourges just chooses the wrong side of a Mustang to go and gets collected. Collects the Mustang as well. I don't want to say anything on that one. You're the steward, enjoy.
That number 3 had 51 seconds of damage to fix.
Oh.
They are now down 13 places.
Ouch, yeah they are. They're down in 14th now. That one's going to sting. That one's definitely going to sting.
I will say the number 1 car is up 33 places and the number 757 is up 31.
Yeah, those 2 cars have been flying through the field. They've, again, I want to call them almost the silent assassins. It's only because I've been keeping an eye on their tallies through the pit stop cycles. Yeah, 33 and 31 places respectively for the number 1 and the 757 car.
We're doing a great
You've been going 2 hours, and you've pulled that much of a... Well done. Genuinely very well done. I'm kind of curious as to what you could have done if you had managed to start, if you had qualified. Although it might have been very boring for you because you'd have just run away at the front. So it might be a couple of people doing last to first challenges there.
The number 1 is pitted, but I'm pretty sure they cut the pit entry there. So if somebody wants to report it, go ahead.
The number 1?
The number 88 cut the pit lane.
Ah, sorry, pole position. Yes, sorry. First, not. There we go. So the 300 is also in, out of... They actually were in the lead when they pitted. Or have taken the lead. They've got a pit stop right on pit exit, so they will cycle to the front as the pit stops happen, because they're all on the same schedule. 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103. That is everybody who has 7th, 1st through to 7th, all went for 1 hour, 3 minutes and change. on their stint.
Yep, going for the maximum they can without obviously going over.
Yeah, because it's what, a 144, 145 a lap for these cars, so 1 hour 3. Yeah, you're getting a bit tight on time going beyond that. Some of those cars were 1 hour 3 and 40 seconds, so really not a good chance there. So the 300 is out and has the white Ferrari of, I can't see that one from here. I can't see which number that is. I'm not sure which one it is. But I think it's the one. It's the one that's actually racing for position for the BBR car.
The two
912. 912. 912. Where's the 912? No, that's on its own in relation to the cars that are around it. 74. 74, 74. 74, I think, is a lap down and trying to unlap itself and driving like its hair's on fire.
Yeah, that car's all over the place.
Yeah. The 95 on the 241 is battle for position. The Mustang going wide. The Ferrari is going for the pit lane just to cover off the exit of the apex there for the Mustang. The Mustang has taken a bit of an evasive move. And that has given the BMW of the 65, which is a lap down, manages to unlap itself on that one. And they have the 88, which is the lead car by 11.6 seconds. So, bit of time gained for Van Niemann in the pit stop cycle there on the... I was going to say a bit of time gained. A second gained through the pit stops. 109 line for Van Niemann, 110 for Pateron in that 88 car.
Yep, but assuming the reports come through for the two incidents they were involved in, the number 80 car.
Yeah, there's potentially some penalties on the way if they can get them reported.
Yeah, that of course requires reports because we are no longer live stewarding because we do not have the stewarding capacity to do that, and trying to do it for 12 hours would be a nightmare, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Live stewarding 12 hours will, much like live commentating 12 hours, will hurt.
Yes.
Who's that missed call from 8 minutes ago? I will deal with that at the end of this.
Just checking something. This 74 car still trying to get past. The 110 is under fire from the number 23 now for 4th place. Now that the number 3 has been relegated way down the order. There's some more podium positions available.
And that is the number 10 getting out of the way for being a lap down. As a heads up, if I assume if the website is down, people may not be able to report stuff. So I don't know whether there needs to be a ticket open to let things know, or can they report stuff?
We've already told everyone to use the ticketing system.
Ah, fair enough. Wonderful. So there we go. Go Valkyra. Yeah, they're still plodding along. The 420 is 23rd now, with Sadworski in the behind the wheel of that one. Still just clocking away on the laps. The 81 is into the pits for I'm assuming unscheduled stop. They were only out for 1 minute and 53, so that's a lap. Technical issues?
Not sure.
They may have picked up a drive-through for track limits, I don't know. Although, it's reasonably policing here because the lack of runoff area. And what runoff area there is often grass and or a wall.
Sorry, just replying to someone asking about reports there in the Discord.
That is
So.
fine.
I think they may be from the number 3 car as well, so potentially going to get some reports in for them now, shortly.
Lovely. Yeah, I'm hoping the stream is still going.
It looks to be.
Apologies there. I hope that didn't come through. Where's some liquid?
Where is... Okay, no, just checking that. Yeah, there's not really many, but I was about to say the 52 is going very slowly
52.
toward the bottom of the track. I wonder what has happened to you. Oh, they got big damage. They must have lost. They must have hit the wall.
Jump back 30 seconds and the front of the car 30 seconds ago looked okay. I'm assuming this is an accident all on their own.
I'm assuming it's the extra hood scoop option.
Ooh, loses it on the curb on the exit going into the boot and very nicely pirouetted round off the barrier to continue going. So very nicely done, but a less than ideal line when it involves barrier R.
Yes, nobody enjoys hitting barrier.
The 81 is in the pits again. They're basically doing a lap and then pitting. So I don't know what's going on there.
The car is having some technical problems.
Yeah, that looks potentially like some technical resetting of wheel and or pedals on that car, because it's done a 1 minute 54s the last couple of laps. Well, 1 minute 54 stints for that car. And it's currently on lots of time. Things look to be up and moving again. However, there is a Mustang on Mustang battle. We have Landry and Dimato, because I'm not even going to try and pronounce your first name. I do apologise. Going for 4th. Landry going all over, trying to get the cutback through the bus stop there. That car is looking very racy for the Raceforge Esports Endurance team there. That car looking very racy all over the back of this Mustang, the number 110 Mustang. Chill, you've still got 9 3/4 hours to go.
Yep, you have time. Just don't go for anything silly.
Yeah. Just looking at the time, we're coming up to 2 o'clock. I will probably be on for about another hour and a half, and then I will drop off for a few hours before coming back at around about 7:30 as a heads up. Unfortunately, I have a lot of admin to do with various things this afternoon, and I could do with a little bit of a break, unfortunately, doing this for this long. So we'll...
And Landry's through.
Is Landry through? Nicely done, and that is through. That car was looking so much quicker. It was more of it wasn't so much an if, it was more of a when. Although 110's got a really good run on the exit going into the last corner, going into turn 1, but Landry's got the apex covered, got the drive on the exit. By the looks of things, 110's still very much in the tow.
Oh, the 924. What's happened to you?
924. Ooh.
He's just stationary at the bus stop.
Oh.
That is some hefty damage to that BM.
Oh, I think they may have outbraked themselves. My guess is they've outbraked themselves and run into those barriers. Because
Yeah,
unfortunately,
probably.
unlike a few other places, they are not destructible barriers, polystyrene barriers, so they have a tendency
Oh.
to hurt.
I'm having a look. No, they've been punted.
Ooh!
I'm just having a quick look. The 250 Lexus has just obliterated them.
Oh! That I'm gonna suggest needs to be reported.
Yeah, that is very reminiscent of me and Jordan McGonigal in the 3 hours of Watkins. On the penultimate lap, I was a lap down on him and he was coming up by me and he asked me, do you want a bum draft? And I went, sure. That didn't end well. They ended up with a very similar situation. Me in a wall at 160 miles an hour.
Ouch! I'm assuming the car was not really drivable after that.
I mean, I had a lap and a half to go, I just forced it to go around the track.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that 924, that is awful to happen.
Oh, that sucks. That car wasn't doing badly. I think it was a bit delayed, but it was starting to make its way up the field, and that has very much delayed that car, and that's going to have a lot of damage to fix. 69 and number 9 are trying to occupy the same piece of track. Who's going to come out on top of this one?
Yeah, I suspect Luke Wilson being in the car, he is incredibly fast, so I would suspect Luke is going to try his best.
Yeah, that's, again, it's feeling a bit more of a when than an if, because Wilson is looking very, very racy, and that number 9 was very loose out the last corner, parks it in the middle of the track, makes it nice and awkward to go past, forces Luke round the outside in the 69 Mustang, gives space on the inside, just runs it round on the outside. Aston has no answer to that.
Beautiful, beautiful move. I will say, Latuga esports team is running in P7 currently. Excellent job from the guys. Troy McGonigal in the car currently. He's super racy, so
yes.
he's doing a fantastic job.
Thank you to Mike Kovoth for subscribing. 113. Yes, there they are, down in 24th, 5.4 seconds or so back from the 420 of Sawarski. So yes, that's how they're doing. They're all kind of all on their own at the moment, but doing okay. Just up the road is Norris, who is starting to get on the back of the Ferrari of Haddock? What's your first name? Thomas. I'm going to go with that because I'm probably going to butcher your surname. Thomas in the 21st in the 55 Ferrari is out there, is currently under fire from the 37 of Norris. And is that a back marker or in front of them? I didn't quite see which car that was.
It is. That's the 241 and P30.
Fair enough. To coin a Mac phrase, can the 55 do a... It would help if I could remember all the drivers' names all of a sudden. Never mind, I can't remember all the names and to coin that phrase because my brain has just given up on that sentence. Another Norris. Oh no, they're multiple. I'm hoping that this one is reasonable. So yeah, it is Alex Norris in the Aston Martin, looking very racy. Possibly the Ferrari moving around under the brakes there against the Aston. Not 100% sure on that one, but if the need is felt that it needs to be reported, then I'm sure it will be. Average BMW jump scare moment.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking to Ethan about in one of the mentoring sessions a while ago. I pulled a double overtake in Donington T4.
Oh.
I made it work, and I absolutely scared him.
We've got a little bit of a train going on. It is McGonigal, Davis, McLaren. So the number 1 McLaren car, which is a car that's battling up through the field, it is up 28 places and pushing on, is on the tail of Davis, but Davis is starting to get onto the back of McGonigal. This is actually for position for 7th. Although it's looking like Davis is going to have to back out of going against McGonigal.
Yeah, Hunter's been on those tyres for 50 minutes, so he will not be racing at this moment.
Yeah, that car's gonna... Mind you, we know that Davis is pretty handy in the Mustang, I will admit, so it's probably not doing too badly. Still quite happily chewing the heck out of those curbs.
Yeah, he's probably doing still a great job, it's just more... Ooh.
That was a bit of a punt from McLaren. Doesn't gives the position straight back, but that's not going to help either of those cars.
Revert Boris is Mr. Pontori. I'm going to butcher that name, I apologise. Mr. Pontorieri? Been rear-ended yet? No, he is not. I think he was involved in an accident at one point at the start, but for now, for the last while, there's just been plugging away at sitting P14 quite happily.
That's the 912 Lockwald. Paul Lockwald?
It's the number 9. Number 9.
Number 9. Apologies.
P14. Or
William.
P13. Sorry, I can't read apparently.
Just plodding away. As we have 23 and 110 side by side out of the last corner. 23 is on the outside going up the S's. Who's got what? Who's going to hang on to where? It's going to be so tight. Coming up at the pit stretch, the back stretch here.
I figured out what happened to the 300 a while ago. Remember we were curious about why they were not in the podium positions anymore? Mm-hmm. I've just seen why.
Oh.
There's been a report. They've reported a bite marker that hit them.
Ah, that's what I suspected. It looks like the 23 has lost out going through the bus stop there. Tried to go. I think they were attempting too wide, but thought better of it being on the outside with that Mustang. Mustang's got a little bit of a scuffage on the side. What would be on the driver's side on the front end there. A little bit of a scuff also on the front bar as well for that car. So carrying a little bit of damage, but nothing. Doesn't look too major. Nothing bonnet bouncing around or anything like that. Definitely still looking very racy.
Yeah. One moment, I need to check something because.
Oh, we have the McGonigal Davis battle. Has very much. Okay, so McLaren has got through. I'm assuming this involved the gaggle of back markers that they have all just come through. Looks like McLaren has got through cleanly and jumped both of these cars to get up into 7th place. Davis and McGonigal are still battling it out for position down in 8th and 9th in their cars respectively. So that is a tricky one to have, a very good one to have managed, especially considering they're up the road by almost 2.5 seconds to McGonigal. Which puts them up outside of pit stop windows, puts them up 30 places from where they started.
Yeah, sorry, I just...
Number 69 is... That's the Wilson car, I believe. Where is that car?
I'm not sure exactly.
69, 19th at this moment in time. Cranky, that's where they are. And thank you very much for following us. Number 81, 15 seconds, causing collision with faster car. That's a penalty that's just come through on the ticker there.
Oh, is that his... Oh, I was writing that out to Charlie. He beat me to it. Nice one. I was just writing out for him to add to that, and he's done it for me. Good lad.
Number 3 is trying to get on terms fully with the number 912 Mustang on Ferrari. The 748 450 battle is still going on. PB, Phil B, for B2 Motorsports 2 is down 16 seconds behind in the 151. Lockwald has got past the Ferrari of... O'Connor has got past the Ferrari of Lockwald there earlier on, and that is the Mustang through and driving away.
Yeah, nicely done. As it looks like Van Niemen in P2 is under pressure from the 300 car. They've been making their way back up. They've also set a new fastest lap of the race of 44.0, and it looks like Van Niemen... I thought he was going to go into the pits there. He's got his indicators on for some reason. He's got his hazards flashing for some strange reason.
Depending on how you've got it bound up on your steering wheel, if you've had a bit of a mistake, it's quite easy to knock buttons on your steering wheel. I've done that and knocked indicators on, or somehow managed to turn the engine off once. That was slightly frustrating.
Yeah, whenever I was first doing like LFM, whenever I was on for my first win, I turned the engine off by accident.
Oh.
I accidentally pressed the button for it, and then therefore did not win.
Thank you very much, Lucas, for subscribing. Yeah, that's a less than ideal situation to manage to unintentionally turn your engine off.
Yeah, it was slightly frustrating. Craigie, not bad for starting at the back. We'll be in that car later myself. Well, good luck when you do get in the 69 car. Tell Luke he's slow. Nah, I'm only joking. He'll probably just laugh and say it back to me, to be quite honest.
Says the two of you that were battling for the lead at Red Bull Ring.
Oh yeah. Me and Luke have had quite a few scuffles in races. It was me and Callum Jones versus him and Ben McConnell in the 4 Hours of Brands, and we lost by, I think, a second.
Oof.
And the reason we lost is a bike marker hit me. I get like 8 seconds of damage in the Mustang in the front end, and I lost like a second a lap because the car would not turn.
Yeah.
So that's ultimately what cost us the win, but it was a good race.
We've got a bit of a move on here for Norris going up through the S's on the 55 of Thomas, I think that was. Yes, for the Ferrari. Into the bus stop, too wide on the way in. They don't touch, but it is the Ferrari that comes out on top of that battle. I am surprised that didn't go worse than it did, with only the 55 taking to the grass on the inside through the first of the 2 left-handers in the middle of the bus stop.
Yeah, at least, thankfully, keeps the car on track as well, so they didn't have to go off track to keep that position, which is good. Because if they went off track, then it would be a little bit more, no, shouldn't be doing that. No, but everyone is keeping it relatively clean at the moment.
Having said that mistake has brought the Valkyra racing car into the fray here, inside of a second now, on the back of these two. So the more these two in front of Norris and Thomas battle, the more that's going to bring this 420 car into it, because it will slow the two in front up. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. Any other battles going on? Yes, there is. 445 is right on the tail of the 967, who has got the Brave Pill going up the inside, very much the 445 of Lee E. Young, going up the inside of the S's there, holds it around the outside, coming out. And that is them through and away into the bus stop. Very nicely done. It does leave a 117 Ferrari potentially in firing distance from the back of that car as well.
The 55 Aston, or 37 Aston just got past the 55 Ferrari into T1. They had some door banging in the straight, but now Sadowski in the 420 is right behind as well, so is going to be looking to pick off the 55 now that they've been overtaken, and may do. Look at the amount of these gains with the bus stop, but had to back up a little bit.
Very much had to back up on that one.
Let's see.
How are we looking? That battle's still... The 55 still hanging on to the coattails of the 37. The number 117... Ooh, the back of that car looks less than factory fresh. Is all over the back now of the 967. I keep reading that wrong. What's the name? Itcham Iris for the number 1 WRT car. And Zach Schneider for Wreckham Race Team is the one chasing that car down. This is Ferrari on Ferrari. Both those cars look slightly less than factory fresh, so it's going to be a battle of see who's doing what, but Zach does look a little bit quicker and a little bit more racy. Squeeze to the outside, going into the bus stop, no harm done, but does have some cars coming up. Is that possibly to lap those two? I'm not 100% sure. O'Connor is on the back of William Puntori in the number 9, so that is a battle for position there. Can they do anything down into turn 1? No, that looks like it's going to go on for a bit longer. Who's got the drive? No, they're both about the same on the exit. That's going to be a little bit of a longer one to resolve, I think, although that's the Mustang with a big toe up into the S's. Can the Mustang hang on to it? There's space given on the inside for the Mustang, and it's up alongside across the back of the backstretch into the bus stop. Mustang just chops across the nose of the Aston before touching the brakes to go into the bus stop, and that is cleanly through. Jones is now past Chase Jones for Baller Racing Squad. Is now ahead of Landry in the 23 Mustang. That was a battle for position in 6th. Van Nieman is still troubling the back of the 300 car, which is now back up into 2nd place for that car. Trying to chase down the 88. Gap is 7.7 seconds. Who's got what? Oh, Davis is probably the next one to pit out of 9th place. They've just gone over an hour and 2, so I'm guessing they're going to be pitting at the end of this lap. So that's the 748 car going to be into the pits at the end of this one.
Sorry, just dealing with the number 3 car team have put in the reports now, so I'm just going through those quickly.
That is fine.
For their lap of hell, shall we say?
Number three. Oh, that was the please brake turn 1 car. Was that the leader?
They were leading at the start, but they were running, I think, like P2.
Yeah, they were battling P2 and then just got eaten that lap.
Yeah, and then Aston Martin also got them as well.
Bang on time. That was 1 hour 3:35 for Davis. 748 into the pits for their scheduled stop. 32's just tucked inside a second of McConnell in the 69. We've got Norris is passed and through and chasing down the number 6 by 1.2 seconds. Thomas and Saworski are about a second back from each other in that battle that was going on. Schneider is still right on the tail of the 967 for position. Does have the delayed, I think that's the delayed 777 car that's now up into 34th. Is a couple of laps down on this battle, looking to unlap themselves from this, or profit from anything that does go on. Schneider tries to go around the outside, coming up into up out of the boot, doesn't make anything stick, but definitely all over the mirrors of that Ferrari in front. 65, I think that must have been a bus stop related incident, running wide there. Speaking of, ooh, that's a gap that was never going to stay there and wasn't there in the first place. Don't try and force a gap that doesn't exist. It usually ends badly. Zach Schneider is looking really, really racy with that number 117 car in comparison to the 967 in front. And that is the 69 that is going to be going for a move to try and get past these two as a back marker.
What's happened to Callum? He's come out of the pits and immediately got mega damage.
Oh!
Hang on.
That is all sorts going on here, this train of cars. Apologies, I just looked away at the timing screen. I'm going to have a quick replay of that, what happened there. So that was the Mustang, the 69 Mustang coming up, I think to lap these two? Or unlap these two? Lap these two. And that was the 117 gets ahead but ends up all over the grass with the Mustang trying to unlap itself and stays ahead just about, but has to cause the 777 and everybody else check up behind. That was a lot that just happened there.
Yeah. I've just had a look at what happened with Callum. He was coming through, I think it's the hill or I don't know which one's which. And the car just counter-steered on him.
Ooh.
Mid-corner. Just looked like something incredibly unfortunate. But I know both of them are really fast, so they will continue to chip away and get back up the field. So
yeah, I'm assuming cold tyres, high fuel, and possibly a little too much trail braking into the corner there. Did I hear there was somebody else vaguely about in... Was that you squeaking in chat just now? Number 80,
yep,
10 seconds minor contact position gained. 274, 10 seconds significant contact position not gained.
Yep. Is the 924 is still racing, but they're down in last currently. They're still out and going, so.
And vocal points here. Yep, we're still here. Let's go see how things are going. Where is the Valkyrie? That's the 420 car. Saworski. Yep, still in 22nd. Still plugging away. With that car, just consistent on lap time. Really consistent on lap time.
Yep, they're doing a good job.
Ooh, Lavost. Ooh, what happened to you? We chucked to you to see you going sideways. That was a less than ideal situation. Goes in a little hot into the penultimate corner, and the car just loops around on them there. Has to get out of the way. I think that's the 117 unlapping themselves on them. Possibly. Loses position to the Mustang as well. in all of that. Lockwald is into the pits. I'm assuming that is a scheduled stop. Not quite. 43 minutes on that one, so a bit short on time on that stop. So I don't know if that's damage related or just driver fatigue issues. Not sure there. Chase Jones is up into 5th place and is chasing down the Mustang of the 110 car. Demetrio in that one is trying to is trying to keep the 274 behind. 274 looking very racy.
Yep, they are indeed. Yeah, they are one of the cars with one of the more recent penalties as well, so they need to get a shift on if they want to offset that 10-second penalty. It's going to knock them down a position or two.
We also have the 250 of Morav against the Frederick 757 car. This is Mustang on Lexus. Battle going on.
Yeah, and the battle for P2 has restarted again as Van Niemann is back on the tail of the 300 car this time. I'm sure hopefully we don't get a repeat of what happened last time. These two, I think it was the 3 the last time, the 300 this time hopefully doesn't end up in the same situation.
Yeah, Van Niemann, it was a bit of a... Ooh, that was tight on the back marker there. I thought they were going for the pits, but doesn't look like they were.
That was a strange way to do that.
Yeah, I would not have dived across the apex as the 924 is in for scheduled stop.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pirani in the 888 in the 88 car is 5 seconds up the road to these two cars. So the battle at the front is still there. The top 3 covered by about 6 and a bit seconds.
Yeah. The 88 car isn't quite comfortable yet, as you can.
As the Lexus is all over. I am not sure what's going on there. My screen just did something very funky. Lexus tries to go around the outside into the bus stop, and nobody hit any barriers, but the Lexus is a long way ahead, having spent some time off track. Going through the bus stop. It looked like there was a bit of contact on the exit. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think there was a lag spike from somebody in the middle of all of that as well. So, yeah. If anything comes of it, I'm sure we will see what happens, as McLaren is ahead of Landry now, and that puts McLaren up into 6th on track. Chase Jones gets ahead of Demetrio. That was feeling like an inevitability, so that's Jones up into 4th, chasing down a 52.5 second gap to 3rd place.
There's a Porsche bite marker not getting out of the way for the leader. The leader's going to have to send it on him to get past.
Sure enough, they do through turn 1.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that they just weren't giving that up. It's the 113 car. I know you technically have like a lap to get out of the way, but if the leader's that close, it's normally just the best to just go out of the way.
Yeah, you lose more time trying to battle them in the long run.
Yeah, like I know it's not necessarily required like immediately, but it's sometimes better to just.
If the gap suddenly disappears, maybe it's worth getting out of the way. I know it's frustrating. I've been there. I am off on a back marker myself. I know how frustrating it is. Having people just dive bomb you the entire time, but to some degree you do have to be aware of your surroundings and make sure you aren't putting yourself in positions where that's an inevitability by not getting out of the way when it's needed.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things.
So we have Norris against Telexera. battle going on 6 on 37. Half-second gap between these two.
Yeah, they're both pretty racy. There's a few black markers in the way though, so they're gonna have to navigate those as well. It's just gonna be who can navigate them better. Yeah, there's then 2 Ferrari back markers. I believe they're back markers, they should be. But neither of them getting out of the way. Yeah, they definitely are back markers, from their numbers. So if they don't get out of the way soon, they could be reported for blue flag infringement. If they keep this up. Yeah, look, the 22's actively holding up the number 6, and he's actually made contact with him as well.
Ooh,
No, do not go 3 wide into here. Okay, they braked. Okay. Yikes.
Are the two back markers battling each other for position?
No.
Okay, so there's a lap between them as well. Okay, that has opened that gap right up to Texera and Norris. And actually,
the 22 just dived the other Ferrari. He was unlapping himself and he just dived the other Ferrari. That's incredibly silly. He just dove the 967 when he's a lap down on him. Yikes, that was not smart.
yeah. And that's the 748 car. That's the delayed 748 car of Jones. I think they're a lap down on the leader. If they're not, they're very, very close to going a lap down on the leader.
Callum Jones is a lap down on the leader. Their car is.
Yes, they are at least 1 lap down, very close to going 2 laps down on the leader, unfortunately for that car. After their incidents of significant damage. But I'm sure this car will be driven. They'll drive the wheels off it and they'll try and catch back up. The 55 is not playing ball there, is it? That car is the 748 significantly faster, and they are. You could be making it easier by just breathing off the throttle, and that Mustang will go through without any trouble at all, as they are actually having to make quite a racy move to get past them there. And no, they're not gonna go too wide. No, the 55 thinks better of going too wide into the bus stop and lets that car through eventually. Having said that, the 113 is battling away with the 300, and the 113 is on the tail of the 420. So the 420 and the 113 are a lap down on the 300, which is battling with the number 80 Van Niemen car, the RVR Van Niemen car. So, can the 113 capitalise on the back markers going through to try and close the gap on the car in front? I guess we'll watch and find out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does look like the 300 has got away with this one reasonably cleanly, as the Van Niemen car has got to get. Yep, is let by the 420. The 420 though puts them right back in front of the 113. The 113 now looking very racy through these last couple of corners to try and get something done, but the Ferrari's just got the grunt in a straight line as they come out of that last corner to make that one stick and stay ahead.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Car 74 is in the pits, the Big Brain Racing car.
Little bit of a touch going down the back stretch for the 113. The 113 looking very racy.
Oh.
There was a little bit of a touch beforehand, going down the straight, and then there was a bit of an off-track moment for the cars there. Yeah,
And
the
it was a
420.
it was a good overtake. It was a bit dicey at the bus stop, but they made it work.
Yeah. 748 is now trying to get past the Norris driven 37.
Yeah, it looks like the Mustang's got a very good run out of that corner as well. Just trying to pick their moment. Still haven't quite got past yet, but oh, as the 37 skims the wall, that's going to brush off a little bit of the speed, and you need all the speed you can get when you're against a Mustang.
Yep. Doesn't harm it too much. They're both. 748 doesn't try anything into the first corner. It's a very short braking zone into the first corner. Better off taking the exit to get the run up out of the hill and up through the S's, which looks like the Mustang has got it in the tow, very much in the tow and out alongside. Think is going to think better of going too wide into the bus stop, and that is the Aston in front for now.
Oh, look at that! What a move!
I can't believe what I just saw. The Aston ran a little bit wide, and then the Mustang just hooks it over the curb and sends it up the inside.
I tell you, that's a Callum Jones special there. He was the one who told me the Mustang can do that. You can really abuse that curve in the Mustang.
Yeah.
It's a little bit dicey, but you can do it, and he's just fully abused it there. That is fantastic driving. And up into the top 19 again? Yeah, 19.
Yeah, back into the top 21 and truly now, up into 19th, and chasing down Telexero, which is only 1.8 seconds up ahead that car. So that's the number 6 Ferrari that we've seen quite a bit of. It's been in the action for various reasons. So yeah, we'll watch that gap. It's already plummeting.
Yep, Callum, both drivers for the 784 competition team are really fast, so there is no surprise there. Oh, and he does
that
skim
would be
the
that
wall.
position given back, because Telexera has just dived into the pits for, I'm assuming, a scheduled stop.
Yes,
Yes,
just over
1 hour
hour.
18 on the clock for that car.
Yeah, I will say the lead is shrunk quite significantly.
Yeah, it's down to 1.2 now. There's been a lot of backmarker related shenanigans, I think, in that one. Not necessarily contact, but definitely backmarker related, being slowed up trying to get past them.
Yeah, absolutely. The backmarkers have been certainly interesting. But yeah, the gap now from P1 to P3 is just shy of 3 seconds.
Yeah, about 2.5 seconds almost now covers the top 3. As 757 gets passed by the number 3.
Yeah, as the number 9 is in the pits, I'm assuming that's scheduled stop. It is.
As is the
As
95. Again, scheduled pit stops for both of those.
Callum's in a second of the number 2 car as well. He's well and truly closing in. I think he's going to be about 2 seconds faster this lap than him as well, so as Callum gets a position there, they both 1.9 seconds faster to be exact. That Mustang is racy.
Mustang is flying.
The only reason they're not in the top 10 is because of the incidents they've been involved in.
Yeah.
I'll say incidents, one was not their fault and the other was a snap oversteer into a wall moment.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount you can do to that. Although this Mustang, I think number 2 kind of feels it's a bit inevitable. I think may have just breathed off the throttle going down the backstretch there and let the Mustang through.
that is P16, making an absolute charge through the field.
Number
At the moment.
300 now inside of 0.8 of a second. Just opens up as they've got the 55 for company there. I think the 55 was holding up the 88, which has closed this gap in. Isn't such an issue for the 300. Gets past still a second, 2 seconds now cover the top 3 cars.
Yeah, and 3 hours into the race, that's pretty impressive.
That's pretty good going. If my computer doesn't keel over, I will try and keep this on in the background. And at least have the timing screen up so I can see if anything does major happen, and I will let you know when I come back on later on. Mostly because it will also keep everything in tow as we've cleared we've cleared 100 laps completed now for this race. So 3 hours and they have completed 100 laps.
It's going to be 400 laps by the end of the race then.
Yes it is. That's very quick maths. Well done.
Yeah, my brain does that.
That's why you're a programmer.
Yeah, well, some days that's a blessing and some days it's a curse. Speaking of which, I'm sad that my time off is now over. Come Monday.
Oh, are you actually starting your new job?
Yes. Starting it on Monday.
Very nicely done.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just writing out a.
I've got a few days between contracts over the next few days as well, so I will be yeah, a couple of days just to go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just filling out a ticket there.
Lovely. I was just watching this 300 battle. 88 300 battle. It is the gap is coming down. How are we on time? 50 minutes, 51, 52 minutes respectively for these two cars. There's about half a lap between the two of them in terms of time in favour of the 300. So that is a car that is flying late on into the race, although the track temperature has come down. It's now down to 31 degrees, so the track temp coming down may be helping some of these cars. The BMW is fairly even on its tyres. The Mustang can overheat its rears reasonably easily, so that's going to be a friendly one on the Mustang with the temperature coming down a couple of degrees.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Mike, is Car 69 Ben? Yes, that is Ben McConnell, Luke Wilson's team. I can't remember who else is in it. I know there's a few of them. That's the two I can remember off the top of my head.
Afternoon, Mank, as well. Sorry, I was looking at timing screens, and you're on the other side of my main screen.
Hang on, the 88's lost the lead.
Whoa.
He's lost P2. He started P3.
How? What? Hang on. How did that happen?
The 300 got him on the way to the bus stop, and then he had a horrible bus stop and lost out to the P2.
I look away from my screen for half a second.
I didn't see the first bit, so I'm rewatching it.
Now,
He
yeah,
just
so...
outbreaks him, and then the 88 has a horrible bus stop.
Oh, the 88 just checks up, gets all sorts of shapes of slidey, eats curb, and that's what drops it down into third, is eating the curb, and that lets the 80 of Van Niemen through. So Van Niemen soloing this race with 3 hours gone is now up into third. The 300 is now into the lead, which puts them up 4 places from where they started. Van Niemen's 7 up from where they started, and the 88 is down 1 from where they started.
Yeah, pretty nutty bit of movement there. Mike, enjoy your new start. Thank you very much. It will be interesting for sure.
So Dylan, hi there from South Africa. Yes, good. Nice. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I'm not quite sure what your time zone is in relation to the UK, but good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, good night.
It's
I think
probably
covers all of the
evening.
options.
It's probably good evening. I don't know what the time zone specifically will be, but I know it's.
I don't think it's
like,
too far ahead or behind of us actually, because it's
It's like 2 hours ahead, I think.
yeah. So it's going to be about 5 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah. 1 hour ahead, surprisingly. There you go.
Ah, yeah, that follows.
There you go. Shows how much we know about geography. But there we go. We figured it out.
I was trying to remember it because the time zones just run vertically. There's no lateral. There's no lateral separation between northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. So it is, an hour ahead actually makes sense, even though it's pretty much the bottom of the planet compared to where we are today.
Yeah. Cool.
Right.
So we're going to be expecting. Oh, I can hear myself twice.
Bellastreeve is on the tail of Morevs. This is 110 on 250. Mustang on Lexus. Mustang very nicely out of the toe up into the heel of the boot. Gets nicely done all the way through. I think that may have been feeling like a bit of an inevitability as the 450 McGonagall car is into the pits.
Yep. And I was just about to say the next round of pit stops are starting.
Pretty
McGonagall
shortly,
is-
yeah, because the 450 kind of kicks it off. The Lexus that would probably explain why the Lexus is struggling the way it is. It's yet to stop. I would assume it was going to come in on the end of the next lap. At the end of this lap. 967 going a lap down on these cars. Where's the which one is the 967? That is the that's the WRT Atraf car. Atraf. I apologise, WRT. You have some spectacular names in your team. Unfortunately, I fail to be able to pronounce them. Atraf. Driven car there, up 9 places from where you started. So, well done there. Some personal bests last time by 44.9 for Vola. Volpato in the number 9. Good to see you back out in that car. And 45.3 for Enrique in the Simsport car in 23rd.
Nice.
It's McGonagall and B and Raswitz are all racing there. It looks that's McGonagall coming out of the pits.
Yeah, that's now Conrad taking over.
Yeah.
Good luck to Conrad. You'll be fine. Just keep it clean. That's all we ask.
Yeah, they've come out straight into traffic and they are being caught by the number 1 Joe McLaren. Are you soloing this race?
I don't think he is. I think he's got one more with him. No, he's got 4 people in that car.
I don't think I've seen anybody else in that car so far.
Yeah, I think I've seen. I think I've seen one other person, but that's it.
The 250 is in for their scheduled stop. 1 hour 3:41 for that car. That is the RVR car putting a lap on the 777. 8.8 back from the 300 now. So before the pit stops, 58 minutes. So the 300 actually has time advantage on the 80 and the 88. So both of those cars will technically have to pit earlier. Depending on where it falls, they either pit simultaneously or the RVR car might be able to do one more lap. Not sure. We shall see.
Let me see. RVR, where are they?
It's the second. 80.
They can do probably 2 more laps.
Yeah, I'm more looking at the cars around them because it's 59.15 for the RVR car, but it's 59.15 now for the 300. 300 might, depending on where they are on track, might be able to get another lap in before having to pit versus the cars behind.
Yeah, potentially. It'll be very close though.
As we see the 250 Lexus coming out of the pits.
Yeah, as you see, the number 3 car is back into P7. Well, they're going to have to actually pit again shortly, so they're probably going to drop a few again. Oh, no. Oh,
Fourth.
Conrad, what's happened to you? Hopefully nothing serious, just a...
No damage. I'm assuming it was just a little bit of a slide and or a spin through the toe. Easy done off armour.
It's some hefty damage to the right side, but should be fine. Yeah, had a big collision with the right side of the car, but that won't affect the Mustang too much.
No, side-to-side damage on that car's not a major problem. Front to rear damage is...
Yeah, as long as there's no suspension related, it will be fine. As Conrad is actually coming into the pits.
Ooh,
So
evidently there might be some more significant suspension damage under that we can't see.
Yeah, there probably is. That would be why he'd be pitting. It's just sort of looked like the same thing that happened to Callum, just a snap at the bottom of the hill. And then once you have a snap there, you're pretty much cooked.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but it's okay. Get in, get the damage fixed, get back out there.
Frederick has lost out to Landry there. 757 losing 757 Mustang losing out to 23 Mustang.
Yeah.
Number 2 is on the tail of Lavost in the battling for 15th and 16th.
Yeah.
I can't through the S's there. Both still need to stop for this stint.
They do indeed. Where are they going to come out?
Neither of them have penalties or anything, so it should just be a standard 30-second stop. So minute on pit road. They'll probably come out somewhere around 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Actually, no, they might only drop down to about 20th because 20th is 50 odd seconds off the back of 19th, so they may stay in the top 20, both of these cars, when they do pit.
I think you're right, actually.
Volpato is on the tail of the 113 Mika. I think I'm going to go with that for your name. So that is Aston on Porsche Battle.
Yeah, they are.
As Jabal is into the pits for their stint. 55 yellow flags because they're in the pits. Why is the Aston Martin's ballast for today? So, plus 21 kilos.
Yep.
That's
it's a good car around here.
Fair enough. Porsche's 5? No.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse for the 450 car. They've got a DT.
Ooh.
That'll be for speeding in the pit lane. If you jump.
Might be track limits.
It's no, you can't get a DT if you just overspeed in the pit lane.
Oh, okay.
Like I think it's like if it's like 1 to 2 kilometers an hour over, you get a DT. If it's any more than that, it's a stop go.
Stop go 30. Fair enough. As we are seeing O'Connor in the number 3 into the pits in that recovering Mustang. Xavier Lavost is on still trying to stay on the tail of the 250, having got past the number 2. So yeah, that car trying to get on the tail of the 250 Lexus. Ferrari looking very good through the twisty bits. The Lexus and the big front engine stuff are looking very good through the high-speed first sector. As we have Van Niemen and the Roberts into the pits, along with the 450 car for their drive-through. The 88 is yet to pit. They definitely won't be making... Oh no, the 88 has pitted. The 1 is yet to pit, but will be pitting. Has to pit at the end of this lap. They're going to be cutting that really close. They're 4 minutes 17, and they're just coming through the heel of the boot now. Oh,
Yeah.
this is going to be tight on track... or on stint time.
I think they might be just okay.
They are, but it's going to be just. I'm going to say that's going to be 4 minutes 50 or so by the time they actually cut the line.
Yeah.
49.
That's exactly 50 on my screen, to be fair.
Fair enough. I don't know if that's good or bad that my brain can do that. To be fair, it was 4:48 for Van Niemen on their stop as well. Getting past some back markers on pit exit there. I'm not sure how that goes. I may have just seen the 777 car be a little bit naughty with the pit line as well.
924 stopped in sector 3.
Yeah, so that McLaren car, number 1, is in up 33 places. I don't think they're going to drop another position. I don't think they're going to drop another position before they get out of the pits. They may do. They may drop down into 5th before the line. They are... Yeah, they will stay just ahead of the 274. 4 seconds in hand there. Bellestrive in the 110 is half a second behind the 724. So as it sits, it is Ford from BMW, from Ferrari, from Aston Martin is your current top 5.
Very good stuff for everyone. Love to see it.
So 3¼ hours into this race, and we have 4 manufacturers make up the top 5.
Yep, that's what we love to see. We love to see some variety. Although behind P5 there's 6 Mustangs in a row.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but
Yeah, no, not surprised there at all. The Mustang is seeming the go-to car at the moment. For most people, I personally try to stay away from it because not that I don't like it, I just prefer other cars.
that's fair. I quite like it.
Because I'm insane, I like to drive the Bentley.
Yeah, the Bentley's not bad.
Well, I have parked it for a while. I'm not driving it for a bit anymore. I'm going to drive something else.
Yeah, we've been having a play around in the the Mercedes actually. That's an interesting beast to drive.
Interesting is the word.
It doesn't suck too much. It's just the random snap oversteer that needs to be kept under control.
Yeah, it's completely random as well. It's not even like what do you call it? It's just not even like predictable. It just happens.
Yeah, if you start getting the car dialed in, it starts to become a bit more predictable, and you kind of just know what dumb stuff makes it happen. But it's an interesting bit of kit. I thought I'd give it a go, to be honest. It's a big old... It's one of the longer serving cars. It's coming up 5 years old now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is 5 years old.
Yeah, the Evo Mustang was a 2020 update for that car, so... Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she is she's getting old now.
Yeah. There is a new one due next year, isn't there? Which I presume is going to be based off the 4-litre V8 rather than the 6.2.
I would imagine so, yeah,
Because I don't
too
think
fast.
there isn't that engine does not come in that car as an option anymore. So I believe that's due next year alongside its race-going counterparts, along with the new Lambo, which is going to be interesting because that's got like a 10,000 RPM limit on a 4-litre twin-turbo V8.
Yeah, that's kind of mad that that's even possible. Well, I suppose obviously it's possible. But
It's possible. It's the fact that they've managed to evidently make that thing survive in such a way that it will survive a 24-hour race. Because let's not forget, these things do race. That thing will invariably end up probably at Le Mans and probably and almost definitely at the 24 hours of Spa.
Yeah.
So, the fact that they've managed to make that survive is impressive.
Absolutely.
As soon as I heard that was the options, it's a V10 that revs to that much, and there was a V8 at 4 litres with a twin turbo. I was like, yeah, that's literally a homologation special engine. Nobody in their right mind will buy that over the V10, because the V10 is going to sound amazing at that RPM, but they just need to have it as an option and you can run it.
Yeah.
There's a useless bit of information about the back end of how GT3 works.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Speaking of which, 113 under fire from 912 whilst trying to go put the number 2 under fire itself. Looks like that's coming out possibly in the 912's favour with a drag down the pit straight. Who's got the brakes and the turn in through turn 1? It is just about going to go the way of the Porsche, but only just squeaks it, gives barely a car's width on the inside there to the Ferrari, and everybody comes out of that one alive.
Just about.
That has, however, given the number 2 a lead on this group of about a second now, as they are coming up to put a lap on the delayed 777 car. Oh, that's a race I'm sure they'll probably be wanting to forget. That's, speaking of which, that's the 924 having a moment going down through, out the bus stop through the long right-hander at the end of at the top of the course there. And now has the 45 for company to put a lap on them as well. Let's jump back, and the number 2 has suddenly been delayed. Didn't see what delayed that car, but is now right under, has the 113 for company. That 113 really good on the brakes into the heel of the boot, but can't make anything happen on the outside. That's brought the 912 into this fight.
Yep, it definitely has done.
Ooh, a little bit of contact there. McLaren's just got that bit better top speed the Porsche can't quite hang with, although being up in the slipstream is going to help. If anybody can find the top speed in the Porsche, please let us know.
Trust me, I would love to know as well.
As a result, that puts the 912... I keep wanting to call the Porsche the 912 because it kind of is. But we see out of the first corner, the 912 gets the 113 gets a hell of a run round the outside, but this is going to be side-by-side top speed. Little bit of door banging, a little bit of contact. No harm done. Porsche drops a wheel on the inside there, loses a bit of speed and a bit of momentum going down this backstretch. It cannot afford to lose. Stays ahead going into the bus stop. Now the number 2 is under fire from the 912, and the number 113 is away and clear now at the front of this group.
Yep, no, good job. Sorry, I'm just having a look at another incident that's coming through.
That is fine. Chase Jones in the Aston Martin from Baller Racing is on the tail of the number 1 ACCI car. That is the AC. What is that up to in terms of 33 positions gained for that number 1 car, and that's post pit stops now as well. So that is a 4th place on the road without pit stop issues either. So 52 seconds behind Van Niemann, and now a second ahead of Jones as they got a little bit caught out by I think that was the 22 Ferrari of Bizmaster there. How else are we doing? That's sort of spaced out the front of the grid. Borges, number 10 Ferrari, is trying to keep on the tail of Mercado in the number 6 Ferrari. That battle has been on and off all race. Van Niemann eating quite a chunk of road there, and Tarmac trying to get past put a lap on the number 52 Mustang. 1110 is slow and aiming for the pits, I think. Oh, that's a car with a lot of damage. What happened to you, my friend? I'm assuming nothing good. 110, they have the 22 for company as a back marker. That is fine through the penultimate. Ooh! Eats the curb on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side on the exit of the penultimate corner, and that was... Oh, the car just snapped hard left. There's nothing they could do about it apart from just eat barrier there. Ouch! That hurt. That is going to be a lot of damage and a long stop. That's going to drop themselves well outside the top 10, I think. Quite possibly... Should stay in the top 15, but if they do, it might only be just.
Yeah. Hunter, you're making me blush. Can't believe it. It's too kind of you, my man. You'll need... He's calling me... I'm apparently his internet crush.
I mean, let's be fair, there is the Irish accent to go with.
I mean, nah.
This is a battle for position, various positions, trying to make sense of what's going on. That is Norris getting a little bit hung out to dry by a back marker that's having its own issues on the exit of the bus stop, but that was the 32, who is now battling the 10 and has managed to make up a huge chunk of time on the number 10 through the bus stop. And is properly racing, properly looking racy against that car now, as we come through with probably about half an hour left on this stint, this commentary stint for you today.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm probably going to drop. I have some stuff to do in the next 30 minutes.
Oh, fair enough. No worries. It's been lovely having you here. Thank you for doing it. You've been doing double duty, helping us in the comms box, which has been greatly appreciated, as well as doing a whole pile of stewarding stuff. So thank you very much for that one.
No worries.
Apologies for the website going down and not working. What was the tally on the driver of the day, by the way, that you had?
I didn't see any more coming in. After that, really. So let me grab my whiteboard. So have you got something to write it down on?
I'd like to say yes.
I'll just send it to you in Discord so you have it.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry, I thought I had a pen to hand. Turns out I don't. I have been keeping an eye open for one, but. Mint, that's just come through.
Sorry, I keep forgetting which button is the new line in Discord on what actually sends it.
Oh, shift and enter at the same time.
Yeah, I accidentally click Control Enter instead.
Oops.
I do that sometimes because I'm a bit thick, but
Hey ho. So it is an even. It's even between the 420, the 450, and the 113 and the 74. So if anybody prefers one of those cars over the other, feel free to get your votes in the next sort of half an hour or so, because it is one vote for the 420, one vote for the 450, and one for the 113, and one for the 74.
nice. Right, I am going to drop, so have some fun. Enjoy the last half hour of the commentary. And if I'm about later, I'll jump in, but that is debatable right now.
That is fine. Have a lovely time. I think you said you were out from later on out of the house anyway, so don't panic about that. There will be another section. Like I say, I've got a chunk of stuff to get on with this afternoon as well, so I need to get on with that. And I could do with a bit of a break from this, so if I'm up for it and I've got everything done, I might start the stream a little earlier, but it will be no later than 7:30. I should be back on for another stint of this, but for now, let's enjoy the next half an hour of this stint, and we'll see how we go.
Yep,
Thank you very much, Barry.
No problem. Bye.
Bye. Right, how are we looking? There's my mouse. Lockwald, the 912 is onto the tail of the 2. Bourges is in the pits, and I apologise for the mild fit that my computer is having. That is, I'm assuming, a scheduled... No, that is not a scheduled stop. I fear that may be for damage, given the rambunctious defence and attack that was going on. So if there is anything regarding that, it'll end up with the stewards. We have 912 on the tail of the number 2. We also have the 7 on the tail. The 55 is the other carnage going on. The 36... sorry, not 36. In the 36th, it's the 924 catching up to the tail of the 777 Decower car for position. A race is a race, irrespective of where it is on track. 36 cars remain. I believe 40 started. Our fastest lap of the race currently sits with the car 300. Current driver is Gurkis. With a 1, that car has a 1:44.045 next to its name. Its last lap was a 45.062, so about a second off. But they are 16 minutes into a stint, so still have lots of heavy fuel on board. Let's go jump into the Lockwald, Paul Lockwald, and Nikita Bogma's battle. That is... Ooh, which Ferrari was that? I'm going to look down the timing sheets for yellow flags. It's not showing as a yellow flag, so I'm not sure which car that was. 9 something or other? Is that the 912? No, not the 912. May well have been the 967. Yeah, it might be the 967 that exited stage right there. Let's jump back with this battle, as this may be for last on track, but it is still a race that is on, as the 924 goes up the inside of the 777 very nicely, gets a bit of a wiggle on the exit of the corner there. Can the 777... I don't think the 777's got anything in it to catch that up. That was very much done and done. That puts... Oh, that was to unlap themselves. Okay, that would explain why the 777 hasn't gone and tried to attack back. That is a car that is unlapping itself. It is currently delayed by about 13 laps. Oof. On the 777. The 777 is a lap down on the 65 in 34th. So stretched out a chunk at the back of the pack, as they have gone on to, yeah, they're about, they're almost a lap down on the 30, on the 65, I think, maybe. They're both on the same lap. No, there's 20 seconds between. Sorry, I'm reading numbers. The 65 is almost a lap down on the 52. As 95 is showing yellow flags. What did you manage to do? BBR, Ferrari in behind. Is this all on your own? Yes, it is. Too hot, too late on the brakes, and hard into the wall on the left-hand side of that car. 777-924. What happened to you two? Also looks like they caught up the 45 in all of that. The 924. 924 has issues all on its own, and in trying to, so close to avoiding that one, and then the Lexus, the 45 Lexus comes through there. Yeah, if there are yellow flags out, you need to make sure you slow down and prepare to stop, because there may be a car in the middle of the track. Also, having your mini-map on helps if you're coming up to a yellow flag, because you might have some idea as to where the car is on track. So that is unfortunate for those cars involved in that. That was some big damage for the 924. That's not going to help their recovery. I'm assuming you've just had the same issue as we've seen a number of people having, although that is the 69 car. Yep, you try and get out of the way, and then you're just a bit too wide and eat curb. Keep it out of the barrier very nicely, and just eat grass. Lawn mowing is optional and not recommended. So that's that. 912 battle is still raging on. 912 number 2 battle is still raging on. For those two cars. So haven't seen any more driver of the days for that. What else have we got? The gap at the lead is 3 seconds, 10 seconds or just over cover the top 3 still. So with, we're coming up 4 hours almost, 3.5, almost heading towards 4 hours into this race. And it's still 10 seconds between the top 3, which is very, very good going. This one may well come down to the wire. Fourth being about 50 seconds back from those, another 50 seconds back from third. So what's that? About a minute back on the leader. Indeed, looking back across to the other tile as the 912 goes nicely up the inside of the number 2 on track there through the first corner. Very nicely done. Well done indeed. Question is, I don't know if the number 2's got anything left in it to get past, although it does have a fairly good run in the toe up the backstretch. Who's got what on the brakes into the bus stop? Number 2 thinks vaguely better of it. That mugs them up well and truly, and that puts the 45 right on the tail of them, who is... 45 is a lap down and delayed, so we'll be looking to get that lap back, if possible. We have a bit of a train going on here. 15th, 16th and 17th. Keeley, Norris and Thomas is the battle, as Norris and Keeley are side by side through the heel. Who's got what coming down and then back up into the ankle and out of the boot. Looks like that's going to go the way of Norris. That is a position gained and nicely done for the Aston Martin. Keeley now under fire from the 52 of Thomas. But they do also have the number 3. Is that that's the delayed number 3 of Dinte coming through there. So that is the 32 The 55 backing out there. Ooh, 32 has a big wiggle on exit, corner exit, turn 1. Gonna have to back out of this and let the number 3 through, but is this gonna give number 55 the run they need? They're out wide through the middle part of the S's. Can the 55 hold this on the exit? No, they are right under the rear wing of that 32 car. Almost side by side coming up towards the bus stop. The 55 thinks better of it. Doesn't go for a dive or a move on the way into the bus stop. And everybody lives to tell the tale. So yeah, that battle still going on as the number 2 is now back inside of a second of the 912. I'll keep an eye on that one on the timing screens whilst we're watching this battle. That's about the only 2 things going on track at this point in time, although that battle's opened up. 250 has picked up a penalty. 20 seconds, what was that for? 20 seconds, massive contact with slower car, blue flags to, oof, that was, I'm assuming the incident we saw with the that yellow flag incident, with the 924. Just looking through, we have Norris and Machado. Enrique Machado, I think. In the number 6 and the 37 are battling away there. This is for 14th and 15th position. Then it's 2.6 back to Keeley and Haddock battle. And then the 113 is actually just inside of a second on for 18th. So this could go from being 2 battles into 1 big battle quite easily if Norris and Machado are slowed up too much battling or with back markers. This could quite easily close that couple of second gap between them very, very quickly. And very easy. So the number 6 does have the delayed number 3 of coming through to put another lap on them. So that will be that may well slow that down and bring the Norris 37 back into this fight a little bit more, as they are catching that's the orange BBR car 74. Where is the 74? 74 is down in 28th at the moment, so this will be going a lap down on the number 2? No, the number 6, there we go. Does need to let them pass reasonably freely, and they will have to let the Mustang through reasonably easily, but that might well be the break that the number 6 needs in relation to the 37. 37 getting very delayed now, being stuck behind that that BBR car. That 74 needs to let the 37 go when it is safe to do so. Gap is, I would say, probably well inside a 0.4 of a second now. So they do need to. Number 2 is that looks like a incident for that one. This battle is, the gap's coming down into the hands of the 37 to the 32, but it is allowing the 36 to get up the road as the 47 has now let the 37 through. So the 37 now having to do a lot of work to catch up with the number 6. As the 113 goes past the 55, nicely done on the exit of the last corner. Can the 55 do anything down into the first corner? No. Oh, gets a twitch, and that is exit stage right. Looks like they kept it out of the barrier for now and are back underway. Nobody really to get in the way rejoining either, so nice and clean and no major issues. 420 on 450 now is the battle with the 110 behind. So the 420 of Valkyrie Performance with the McGonagall Mustang that is all sorts of under fire from the 110 as well. This is a drag race between two Mustangs and a Ferrari. Who's got what in the way of track position? Ooh, the Ferrari just tweaks themselves out a little bit, and it is McGonagall that loses out in the 450. The 110 gaining big time, goes up 2 places. The number 10 car is a lap down on this. Where is the number 10? That is the number 10 that's there. Where is it on the timing screens? Number 10, I think. Number 10 is position as well. That's Florian Bourges. My apologies. I thought that was a back marker. No, that's the delayed number 10, isn't it? That had contact. Had a unscheduled pit stop. I'm assuming for contact or damage of some kind. That's usually what causes that. Is now putting the 450 under a huge chunk of pressure. For 23rd position, as that has now allowed the 110 to escape up the road by 1.5 seconds, as this 3-car battle is underway. And the 10 of the G League 110 car is looking very racy as they have the 69 car, which is in 12th place. That's going to be a lap, putting a lap on these cars. Who can use that to their advantage? Now, the number 10 is going to be the first one to get compromised by this, as that looks like the 450. No, tries to go defensive, tries to do all sorts of things, lets the 69 through. Again, it's drag race down the pit stretch between these two. 450 is going to have to back out of that one. As you can see, gets on the brakes a touch earlier. Has to back out of that corner. I think they were expecting the 69 to go through a bit quicker than they did. But that leaves the number 10 and the 420 to battle out after the number 450 lost out. And that is the number 10 is out and through. Both of these cars are going to have to back out and let the Mustang through at some point. That's threading the needle. 69, be careful, you are in a good position. As the Valkyrie car takes a big bump, did that collect? No, the 450 stayed out of trouble as the 420 was recovering. And that leaves the number 10 to get away to the tune of 2.7 seconds now, as that opens that whole battle right back up, with the number 10 of Bourges now trying to chase down the 110 of Bellestrive there in the Mustang. Still with the 69 behind, trying to lap. As we have a battle for position here on the backstretch. The number 37 goes up the outside into the bus stop of the number 6, and that is through and done for that car. They are out the way and well clear. That is very nicely done. And the behind them, the 113, the 32, and the 55 are all battling. The 55 being a little bit behind these two that we're watching now, but still in touching distance. And number 30, the 113 is poised to take the position away from 32 should there be any chink in the armour. Very stout, very good defensive driving coming from the 32. Holding the inside for the next corner, coming into the heel of the boot, drops downhill. Who's got the grunt on the exit? Looks like it's pretty even. Porsche on the inside coming up through the ankle, and they are away and nicely through and clear. Very well done indeed. And that is the 113 up a position into 16th. And that is that away. The 55 now is looking kind of racy on the back of the 32. As the 912 is into the pits for that one. Yeah, that is nothing really being tried by the 55. Just trying to stay in touch. So again, if there's any chink in the armour in this 32, it can be utilised and made the most of. Not a whole lot else going on track, in all honesty. The 52 having a moment on the exit of the pits. That puts the 777 up a position. First and second, as they are coming through the back markers here, just climbing into the, starting to get into the 1 second, inside of a second marker between these two cars. Lap times are so similar. Hang on. Was the 300 that was leading? Yes, sorry, in amongst all the back markers, I've just noticed the 300 has been overtaken by the 88, possibly? Or was the 300 chasing the 88? I can't remember, I wasn't paying enough attention that far up the field. And that puts them, either way, that gap has massively come down. It's 1.3 seconds now. Is the gap first to second. The Thomas Keeley battle is currently still going. Yes, thank you. Really giving you all the action here at Concept GT. I mean, there is plenty going on track. I mean, there are battles, there are gaps. I get bits and pieces in terms of on the screen. This looks possible for the 55 on the 32 going up the back stretch. This back stretch just isn't quite long enough for these cars to really get alongside. If the bus stop wasn't there, I reckon we'd see a hell of So some insane side-by-side moves. 110. Bellastri is stopped on the inside of the last corner. How did that happen to you? Oh, didn't go back far enough. Apologies. I'm assuming is a drop. Caught the curb, caught the grass on the way in, and has just looped it around, and is desperately trying to keep out of trouble and get back underway, which they have done. But that has dropped the car down into 23rd with the 912, under 5 for the 912, as the 88 gets past and puts those two cars a lap down. The WRT 967 car with a stop-go 30. As this 110-912 battle into the bus stop tries to go too wide. That was not going to work. They have the second place 300 car that is desperately trying not to lose time and lose touch with the leader. That gap has grown to 3.3 seconds now due to back markers. As I jump back with this 32-55 battle. Yes, which one is your car number? I can't remember which one the Concept GT car is. Mega Rejoin on lap 2. Fight your way back. Are you the 113 car? Yes! Yes, you were. You got tagged by the McLaren coming out the bus stop. Yes, I do remember that incident. Very nicely done as we jump back to the 55-32 battle. So, yeah. We are just coming up towards most of the way through majority of a number of people since there are a few people further back that have had unscheduled stops, I think, so they are a little bit down. The top few are about 3/4 of the way through their stints now, or will be certainly by the time we are done with this 4th hour. Saliv still got that in that 250 car in 10th with that 20-second penalty for massive contact. That is the 55 trying all sorts of things into the bus stop. Looking very good, got through that cleanly. Just can't quite hang with the McLaren's traction through the through that long right-hander going down towards the boot. Takes a big dive into the heel there, can't make it stick and actually loses time on the exit, and that opens the gap right back up to over half a second now on this 55 car. we have another battle, 912 on 420. Pascal is on the tail of Vincent. I apologise for using first names. I cannot pronounce either of your surnames. Vincent getting... Ooh, there was a big wiggle for the 420 coming out of the boot, and the 912 decided to go for a gap that wasn't really there. Not the smartest piece of driving we've seen. I think there is some frustrations and what have you showing. The 912 clearly trying to be... I think he is the faster car, but not getting past in a smart place, and that's given the 420 a bit of a drive, but has to back out for the 23 going past along with the leader, and the 23 is going to have to back out to let the leader through. 95 off, and ugh, that was not smart driving by the 95 there. Let's go back and find out how this all started. That is 95 on 65. 95 is gets tagged by the 65 and put round. The 95 then does a quick flick turn, which is where we saw it, and then collects the 777 and the number 3 in that, and causes the that was the 74 car to take evasive action as well in avoiding that, but that car is now very, very damaged. That was not a good place to end up. You probably should have reversed off track and then got yourself sorted out and got going, and keep an eye out for traffic on that one. Yeah, not a smart piece of driving there at all. As the 6 is in for, I'm assuming, a scheduled stop. Yes, 1:02 and 6 seconds they cut the beam at on that one. The 55 is half a second back on the 32 now. And that is that battle continuing on. As is the Romanska 95, as to some degree to be expected, is in for a pit stop. 23-minute stint for them, so that is out of sync and out of schedule for them. Hardly surprising with the amount of damage. The 250's just made its pit stop. And that is all said and done. How are we looking? We are 135 laps for this race. Landry in the 23, it will be the next car due to pit with a 1 hour and 20 seconds on their stint. The battle at the front, 1.6 is the gap from 80 to 300. 300 to 88 is 7.5 seconds, so still covered by 10 seconds. The top 3 still covered by 10 seconds, and the top 4 still covered by a minute. Like I say, number 1 is literally just hiding there, hanging back. I don't know, not necessarily hanging back, just sat the back there. If anything happens to either of those, any of the top 3, then that car is poised to gain potentially big time from that. Although does have to be careful. They've got Chase Jones in behind in the 274 Aston. 3 seconds back, so got to keep an eye on that gap, because that could shrink. That is the recovering number... Oh, that's the... Which car's that? Is that Davis, or is that the... It's the Mustang. 748 car under fire or going past. Not sure who that was they were putting a lap on, but that is the case. 55.32 is still ongoing. Looking like it could be a move in this lap, but not sure. We'll see how this pans out going into the bus stop, if there's any major changes. Number 3 is in for a pit stop. No, the 32 just covers the inside going into the bus stop. The 55, I think, is better off trying to go around the outside into there. So that is positions stay as they are. So, that is 4 hours into this race. Crikey, that's disappeared. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to step away for a little bit to go and sort some bits out and take a bit of a break. Bear with us. We will be back on later on for the last 4 hours or so. I hope everybody has enjoyed it. I haven't seen any more for the driver of the day. So for this first third of the race, driver of the day is a joint between 420, 450, 113 and 74, as they all have 1 vote each. I will try and get it updated and working for the next stream. If it's the website that's down, there's not a lot I can do, unfortunately, about that. The man that runs it and built it, our furious leader, Mr. Hayden, is currently on holiday. So, yeah, taking a well-earned break from everything. So we shall see what happens. I shall give it a go, otherwise the next stint, again, just throw your votes in and we'll make a tally of it. So yes, from myself here in the commentary box, thank you very much for everybody who has come and joined in. And thank you ever so much to everybody racing, because it's made this actually, it's given me something to do for the afternoon. So yeah, we'll see you all in a few hours. Thank you very much all for watching, and we'll catch you later on.